Hey everyone, it's VM Campos, Magic Fan. Welcome to another streaming Saturday. Welcome. This is my stream where we play Magic Arena. We hang out, we chat, we talk about the meta, we climb the ladder, we play some draft, we play some events, some one-on-one, some brawl, etc. Whatever our hearts desire. Maybe I'll even show, a real-life card or something, not like this one. This one's all destroyed. But maybe we'll look at some vintage cards as well. Welcome everyone in the chat. Say hello there. Glad to have you hang out. Hey Mark, welcome. You're right on time. I just started. I was actually kind of late. I'm 10 minutes late. I had a long day and I was actually kind of falling asleep just a moment ago. And I'm like, no, I gotta get up. I gotta do the stream. The public awaits. So thanks for coming by. I think we're gonna have more people stopping by. Yeah, if you're there in the chat, welcome. Thanks so much for being in on the stream. Let's switch over to the game, and we're gonna do some gameplay as usual. First, let me give a few shout outs here. Recent follower Vladislav. Thanks for following on the stream there. Also shout out to, let's see who else recently we had. Shout out to Jack 100-295. He followed recently. They followed recently as well. Thanks so much coming to the stream and hang out. And lastly, let's give a shout out to Leanda. She also came by on the stream, hung out, followed and such. Totally appreciate it. And of course, thanks everyone to the long time followers on the stream, Mark and Stevie and who's around, everyone that's around. Thanks, shout out to everyone. So yeah, let's do a little bit of warm up. I'm gonna do some of this drafting. I'm gonna do the Tinkerer's Cube. I liked it, and I'm actually going to. I was looking up a little article about like draft archetypes in that particular cube, so I'm definitely gonna play that. But I'm gonna warm up a little bit just with a little gameplay at the moment. What do we want to do here? Just for fun. To be honest, I've been having a hard time climbing the ladder this particular season after I made it to the dizzying heights of Mythic 1 or 2 weeks ago. So long ago. Since I've been playing, I've kind of had a hard time. I've been kind of plateauing. I can show my my stats in a little bit, but I've been playing the same deck that got me to Mythic, and that hasn't quite been working. And then I've jumped over to this sort of mono black weird deck, and my Lurus deck that was also kind of working well a few seasons ago, and it's really interesting. It just hasn't come together after I made it to Mythic. But that's okay. Sometimes a season will be about climbing, and then sometimes it'll just be about playing. And maybe this season will just be about playing. Uh-oh, there's a nightmare. Hunted nightmare already. So lucky that they got it on turn 3. But then I get also my own turn 3 play right there. Whoops. Send that heck hound back to heck. So how's everyone doing? Having a good 2 of those nightmares. Okay, they're rare, but yeah, you got 2 of them. So how am I gonna get rid of that? I guess I'm not. They need Well, I guess I'll take this out and get a little bit of life gain back. Let's see if they don't have their own kill spell. So I had a long day actually. I went to bed like at 3 in the morning last night playing Magic, and then hopefully, yeah, they probably have a way. They're gonna if they sacrifice my creature, I'm gonna move on because that's way too much value. It was way too perfect for them. It's the classic. Yeah, they're gonna do it. Sacrifice a creature, steal a creature, sacrifice a creature, get value out of it. Like, yeah, right. A person having the perfect hand like that, so no need to. Oh, you got check. You that probably auto corrected you. It said Jace, right? You got Jace from your M21 box. Now I hear you. Yeah, sometimes these boxes are. Who knows how they get collated and put together in the robot sorting machines. They're like, okay, this one's gonna be good, this one's gonna be mediocre, this one's not so great. But then maybe they'll buy more boxes. So, sorry you didn't get quite what you were looking for, but maybe there's a card here or there that could still go into a deck or two. We never did get to that 300 comments on that video. Ooh, what's the opponent doing here? Just a lot of ramp and eventually to a lonesome unicorn, I guess. So was that way too high to say let's get to 300 comments? Is that just reserved for people like the professor that can get 300 comments on their videos? One day I will. Oops, we want to do 2 -2 on that. Wreck that Caryatid, get a little life, go in for the attack. You can for another one, make a solid Basri deck. Yeah, Basri, a lot of tokens, white weenie sort of deck. And then I'm sure with international shipping and all of that, I'm sure that added up, unfortunately. But hopefully it was still somewhat of an interesting experience. When was the last time you bought a box of Magic cards? Okay, I have a feeling here with the single white mana, they're gonna play like gods, whatever you call it. So we'll play it safe with an Underworld Dreams. That's pretty interesting. Underworld Dreams, how many times has it been printed, or has it not been printed since all the way back in Legends or Antiquities or whenever it came out? Underworld Dreams is... No, it's been reprinted. I remember something like an 8th edition version of it or something. Last time before the M21 box was back in 4th edition. Whoa, that's been a little while. So the last box that you bought was in 4th edition. Now, actually, was it a 4th edition that you bought back in the 90s? Or was it a 4th edition that you bought somewhat more recently? Now, back in the 90s, it would have been, $100 US. But nowadays, that 4th edition's like $1,000. So I don't know if you bought that recently. And we get double unicorns. Okay. I guess we're missing land drops. But let's see. And hold off on them a little bit. Get some life gain, take that out, do some attacks. Keep hitting them with that Underworld Dreams. Speaking of 4th edition, I have right over here one of the 4th edition, what do you call these? They didn't have an official name back in the day, but nowadays they call them, what do they call them nowadays? Not intro boosters. They've got a name. I'm a little groggy, so I don't remember the exact names of them. But one of these, you'll help me there in the chat. So I have one of these. When I have my original one from the 90s, all beat up. But when I tournament box, no, there weren't exactly tournaments just yet when these came out in 95. The official Wizards tournaments, I believe, started in 96 from what I understand of the history, so I don't think it's a tournament box. That's what we call them nowadays. But they had a name, like starter decks. That's what it is, because you were starting off. So yeah, these were starter decks. So yeah, my opponent's waiting 20 years, so let's switch over here for a moment. So yeah, the good old 4th edition starter decks. Now there's two versions actually, one with a price of $8.95 US and one with a price of $7.95. Let me focus on that. Yeah, my opponent's still waiting forever. They don't even have any mana and it's still pausing. Do they have full control? Anyway, this is the $8.95 costed one. It is opened. I bought this when I got back into Magic in 2017, and it's just got a bunch of lands. So here's a vintage 4th edition white bordered forest with a spooky little creature in the hollow of the tree. Remember that? I don't think they do those Easter eggs like they used to. Sorry, let me just focus on it right here. There we go. So you see the little creature, beautiful tones, little creature in the forest, and that is by Christopher Rush, rest in peace, who also did the Black Lotus. Okay, so probably want this 4/2. Oh, I know. I'm dumb. Yeah, it is pausing for them because they do have one mana source. They have the Caryatid, which can tap for any color. So it keeps tapping for them, and it tapped or paused when they had one white mana. So that means they probably have that one God's Willing. So if they attack with their 3/3 and I block with my 4/2, they're gonna do that combat trick. So we won't attack with the 4/2 on the ground. Yeah, I hear you. I do like the vintage art a little bit better. I'm gonna grab my vintage box of cards and we'll reminisce through them throughout the night. But my opponent doesn't like. What are they doing? So the other thing that I've got is here's another 4th edition unopened. Okay, actually, what are they doing? Sorry, back to the game. They're doing the Shepherd of the Flock. Return target permanent you control to its owner's hand. Target permanent you control. Okay, did you mean to do that because you get to double return? Okay, I see. I guess they wanted to double return their unicorn. Maybe they're gonna get 2 triggers out of it. I guess that's what they wanted to do. So anyway, so I got back into Magic in 2017. I was on eBay. These were $20 on eBay when I got back in 2017. They were obviously $8.95 back in the 90s. They were $20 20 years later or so. And then in about middle 2018, late 2018, early 2019, they started to, all of this vintage stuff started to get pretty pricey. And I'm like, I'm never going to afford to get like an unopened box of whatever from back in the day. You know, you look at the professor's videos and in the back he's got an unopened box of fallen empires and homelands. For the irony, I guess. I'm like, I'm never gonna afford it on one of those old vintage boxes, but I will be able to afford one of these unopened tournament decks or starter decks. So I bought one of these before it got too expensive. Still a little bit more than I would have liked, but they're like $20 even more. Okay, so we need one more land until we can get our Grey Merchant out to totally wreck them, but let's look at their hand. Do they have like an unbreakable? Ooh, they have Escape into the Wild, so I'll take that. They're gonna use their... If I can get my next land, I'm gonna do an amazing attack with my Grey Merchant. You like the old school Elvish Hunter. That's your favorite picture. Let me look that one up. Elvish Hunter sounds familiar. That's like a 2/1 first strike or something, right? Let's look at it. Yeah, the opponent's taking a little while. Let's come over to the web browser. Over here, Elvish Hunter. Oh, the Fallen Empires ones. Yeah, the Fallen Empires. Oh man, they just summoned a Teferi. We'll get back into that one moment. Yeah, that's a lot of cool art right there. They're gonna fade out. This is not a bounce spell. Teferi doesn't bounce back. Okay, anyway, the Teferi's gonna phase stuff out. Come on, give me that 5th land. That's a 3/1. That's 6 power that they would attack with. It would be game over for them if I can survive. I'm gonna survive, but I'm just gonna see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That is not my land. Okay, well, let's bring out a freaking Nyx Lotus. Next turn, I will be able to finish the game with Grey Merchant. They have the Giant Killer to destroy my Deathless Knight. The opponent doesn't know what they're doing. What's going on over here? I think people have been tweeting stuff on Twitter. Oh, I see a lot of people saying stuff on the various networks. Let me mute that. Okay, opponent, that was a lot of effort. Okay, so they did a Teferi, and then they drew a card, and then they dropped a card. They dropped the Giant Killer, so they must have gotten an amazing card that they threw away their Giant Killer, which would destroy my power 4 or greater creature. So, what are we in store for? So, anyway, let's send the flyers over to Teferi to say hello. Let's see what happens next turn with all of their perfect mana, and if I'm able to summon my Grey Merchant, it'll be game over. Oh, I just got the joke of their name. Gordo Alberto is Spanish for Fat Albert. So they have the name of the classic cartoon character. Wasn't the swift response. They wanted to put out another Clover. However, they need to. They don't have. Yeah, that's not going to double anything. And they're looking at their own card like, double it, and like, what are you going to double? The adventure is what doubles. And they phased out my flyer, but I'm going to get it back on my turn. So I'm not quite sure what the opponent is up to over here. You're gonna go all in. I've got 20 life. Let me psych them out right here. I'm gonna pretend like I'm gonna block this one, and then I'm gonna pretend like I'm gonna block this one, and then I'm gonna say, never mind, go for it. And they have their fetch land that they could crack, and they don't realize it. So let me hover over your cards so that you can realize you have an action. How are you in platinum level and you don't know how your deck works? Okay, anyway, let's go back to the Elvish Archers while the opponent contemplates the meaning of life. The Elvish Hunter. Yeah, Fallen Empires. Fallen Empires vintage one. I like the green skinned one. You don't see, like, back when they were still figuring out the style of these worlds, the elves, you know, there were some elves that were like green skinned and a few elves that were blue skinned. The second one, yeah, the one the sideways here with Ansomatics. This is, I think, one of the reasons that I like the old art as well, because a lot of the old art was much more close up. Like, you get a close up of that character and you get their expression, you know, their face features and so forth. And a lot of what the modern art nowadays is, it's just so far away. Like, okay, Kitesail Freebooter's cool, I like the pose of it, but you know, you don't see the face. Timoret, look at this, there's so much stuff within the art that you can't even see very much detail, and like, if you look at it in the small view like this, you can barely see things. So I wish that they would go back to, okay, I did get my 5th land, so let's good game them over here, get done with it. I didn't even need that last line, I had the Nyx Lotus. But yeah, this opponent took kind of forever to figure out what they needed to do with their adventure quests. But obviously the art nowadays is very good, you know, compared to some of the naive art of back in the 90s, and I don't mean to put any artists down, but I'm just saying that in the evolution of the of the artwork, you know, the classic Mark Tedin artwork, or you know, Julie Barreau or Margaret Organ Keane. It's good art, and obviously way better than what any of us can do. But nowadays, art like this, like Vivian right here, she looks amazing and so realistic and all of that. But you know, the classic art is, I miss it definitely. If you go back to that Elvish Hunter one more time over here, the first one over here, there's like a little doggy character, cat character or something. If you get the close up, yeah, some fun little creature. Sorry, let me mute this a moment. This is like so fascinating art. So like the character with her bow, and then the close up of her expression, and the little creature in the on the rock. That was magic art back in the day. Okay, so got a reward. This unfortunately, what am I even looking at here? Fungal rebirth. There's like fungus growing from skeletons or something. What's the store item? Is that a new sleeve? Ugin, the Japanese art style Ugin sleeve. Do I want that? Well, it's better than the card style. We will let the random number generator determine if I should get this. I kind of want it, but do I want to spend 2,200? Yeah, it's gold. You can get it back easily. But let's just do the random number generator anyway. So we'll say odds. I will get it, and evens. I will get it. So the answer is even. So I will get it. Ooh, the random number generator tricks again. So yeah, let's get this sleeve. I can earn back the 2,200 gold by playing the dailies. The gems are a little bit harder to get, so we'll not spend gems. And got some brand new sleeves to try out. So I'll play one more game of the ladder, and then we'll do some drafting. I'm gonna slip into these new sleeves right here using Demir, but I'll slip over to the brand new Ugin sleeve. I definitely need to put the Ugin sleeve in my Ugin decks. Let me switch that over as well for a moment. I had a golden egg, but I'm going to put the brand new Ugin, the Spirit Dragon sleeves on that deck. I'm playing one more of these, of this ranked ladder. I'm playing over here the standard 21 only card, so this removes a lot of the cards that are going to rotate out, so you can get a preview of what the next standard rotation is going to be at the end of the month. And I'm starting to see people's archetypes and so forth. I'm seeing starting to see this Lurus deck here and there, so that's cool. I played it before. It was cool. Well, no, actually I borrowed it from a pro, I guess, but I was playing it a month or two ago, and it's cool. I like the deck. It can win like on 3 lands. The opponent has like 9 lands, and then the Lurus deck still does stuff. So it's pretty interesting. I had a couple of mirror matches with it. Basically, Lurus can let you recast stuff from the graveyard. Small things like this. 2 casting cost. Anyway, I need to get rid of that as soon as possible because they have value. But I guess what I can do here is eventually put 2 Underworld Dreams out there, and then Grey Merchant will be devastating. So let's see if they block this. They probably won't. They want to get the value. Yep, there we go. They want to get the value out of making a bunch of tokens, although they can only make one per turn, so be careful on that. People might think that they can cycle twice and get 2 soldier triggers out of it. So I was saying I went to bed pretty late last night, and then I got a call pretty early. Mostly waking up at 10 a.m. during these pandemic times, and oh, okay, they didn't cycle. I guess they want to double their cycle action. But I got called on a business IT call this morning at like 8:30 something. So I was totally flabbergasted as I went on site to get it done, and it ended up being a 9 to 5 thing. They're triple setting up for cycles. Very good. There are gonna be so many triggers going on here. All right, well, we just gotta set ourselves up for the damage, although they've been missing their mana drops. And so I was on site, and safely, of course. Got home, had a little something to eat. Okay, so there's their first cycle. Let's see a bunch of this cycle action go on. Although again, if they try to do another cycle right now, they won't get another soldier. Plus, the cycling is going to hit them. So we got the double underworld. They will pass. Okay, so then on my turn, they'll do another cycle, get another soldier, draw another card, get 2 more damage out of that. But anyway, let's drop another black creature. Hopefully get the 5th land next turn, and once again Gary swoops in for the kill. But we'll hit them once with that Ayara. We will cycle at least once, gain back 1 life from the healer. Let's still take 2 damage from double underworlds. Hit me for 1 with the stinger. Make 1 warrior, but again, double damage from 2 of those. They still have 1 more cycle card in their hand. They might be thinking, do I really want to cycle myself to death? Because I'm hitting them twice. Yeah, I'm hitting them twice with the underworld, and they're gaining 1 life from that, so I guess they feel that's good value. Plus from their card draw, so another double damage there. Although they have a full grip of cards in hand, so Fabled Passage. This is, yeah, Underworld Dreams is amazing against cycling, and I happen to bring 2 of them out. Oops, Zenith Flare, okay, sure. I guess I won't eat anything for card draw. Maybe gain some life, sure. Alright, well, let's bring out a Yara. If I had that 1 more land drop, I could have also brought out the Kite Sailor. I would have just brought out Grey Merchant if I had the 5 and finished the game, but... So another Draneth. They don't have another Zenith Flare. And, I have a bunch of attackers that are not really going to bother me if I don't block. Although Timuret can take 15. Check it out, Timuret is a 2/15. View printed card, that's new. Oh, it just shows the original. Alright, cycle, sure. Okay, well that's actually gonna negate my double underworlds. Come on, 5th land. 5th land. The probabilities of me getting one more land are astronomical, so okay. Well, I would like to look at their hand, but then I can't expect another land to come, so I guess I gotta drop a Lotus. I guess they thought that this artifact was so powerful that it had to come in tap. Now, first of all, it's legendary, so you can only have one of them at a time. Number one. Number two, it comes in tapped. So, would it really have been that overpowered if they were to have let it come in untapped? Alright, they're down to 4. Have 5 cards in hand. There's one cycle. There's one Underworld Dreams. 4 life. Again. Zenith Flare directly to me. Okay, that's not a problem. I will give them a good game. Because even if they attack with everything, I've got enough blockers to survive. I would have 6, 7, 8. Actually, what I'll probably do is drop the Kite Sailor just to have one more pip. Because now that I have the Nyx Lotus, that'll give me 6 mana. Okay, they switched to my turn. Okay, let's. There's the last mana. Okay, let's make it. Yeah, I have 15 mana on that Nyx Lotus. Hilarious. Okay, well. Actually, okay. I was so. Well. Okay, there's 2 ways that I can win here. I'm gonna win the extravagant way. I could play Grey Merchant. Okay. That's played out. The point of this deck is this combo right here. I'm going to let the opponent draw half their deck. And what's going on? They're going to draw cards. And whoops, they drew half their deck and I've got double Underworld Dreams. That's 40 triggers. Let me take a screenshot of that. That's 40 triggers. That's what this deck is trying to do. This really dumb mono black deck is trying to do the 2-card instant kill. Have 1 Underworld Dreams out and play that Peer into the Abyss. 7 mana, target player draws half their library and loses half their life. Round up. Okay, without the Underworld Dreams, I can draw half my deck, lose half my life, I have any card that I need. But with the Underworld Dreams, whenever an opponent draws a card, Underworld Dreams deals 1 damage to that player. With an Underworld Dreams out, give the opponent half their deck. They're going to be happy. Yeah, I'm going to get all my answers. And then this pings them to death. So I almost didn't see it coming because I kept thinking, okay, I need the 5th mana for the Grey Merchant. But then finally with that Nyx Lotus giving me 15 black mana, I'm like, hey, let me just go for the win condition that I was trying to get. Hey there, Keeb, how are you doing? Welcome. Did you pop in right at the right time when I damaged the opponent when I punished the opponent for drawing 40 cards? They drew 40 cards and they took 40 damage, as it should be. So let's go on to the next one. Let's do one more. I said I'm going to start the draft. Well, actually, let me ask everyone there in the chat then. One more game of this weird mono black Peer into the Abyss deck, or should we start the Tinkerer's Cube draft? What does everyone think there in the chat? One more. I'm definitely going to play the Tinkerer's Cube, but should we go directly to it, or should we play one more game of the? We got 1 vote for 1 more. All right. Anyone else? Should we play 1 more of the ladder? Just playing that weird deck, and then we'll go to Tinkerer. So how are you doing, Keeb? Holding up well over at the... Alright, we got another vote for 1 more. So how are you doing up in your neck of the woods? Hopefully the fires and all of that are not horrific. We had one over here 30 miles away. I got ash on my patio, and very orange days for several days, but it hasn't been terrible very recently. So that's good, but hopefully people are doing well. So I got a question over here. Would it be easier to answer it live on the chat, or would you like me to respond in the Discord there? There's ash everywhere, yeah. Okay, let me see. What does the opponent have? Okay, they're going to do one of those sanctums. Thirst, wipe the board. They got a couple of board wipes. Thirst for meaning. Like, what is this even going to be about? Okay, so what I'm going to do is take their sanctum for a moment. And then that, okay, so your question about you don't know how to play commander. Yeah, so I'm trying to get I'm trying to do a 1,000 subscriber. I think you might have also seen it, Mark. I'm trying to do get together some people for a 1,000 subscriber commander game. I'm not trying to do any like high powered CEDH types of decks. I'm kind of burnt out. I'm playing focused commander with my play group. They're a little bit too cutthroat. I want to play fun stuff. So I think Tolab is saying he wants to do it, and Aiden as well. So our fourth. Deb said she couldn't do it. Keeb, you said don't quite know how to play commander. We'll teach you. We'll go easy on you. No worries. And if you want to be a part of that, that's an open invitation for you. I'm just thinking about my various. Okay, here's gonna be the wipe. Whoops. Anyway, whatever. But I'm thinking of the. I thought at one point we had talked about on one of our podcast episodes that you did have like one deck, or I'm confusing people because 80 episodes of the podcast and my brain is mush. You get the idea. I just never really played. Yeah. Okay. So that's enough of a. You have one commander built in real life that's pre-built. Yeah, whatever. How would it work? I'm still trying to figure it out. We would probably use spell table, point our web cameras at our cards, and play. So there's a website, spelltable.com. It basically is free. You create an account. It'll show everyone. It'll show everyone's cards and track life totals and all that good stuff. Okay, so next turn could be game over if Ayara lives, but I would be safer if I have the Underworld Dreams. I guess I can play both. Okay, let's see about that. Sounds good. Just let you know. Sorry, Sweater. Yeah, no problem. I don't have quite a goal for it either. Tolab says he might only be available on Tuesdays, and I'm not like looking to get this done in 1 or 2 weeks or whatever. We're still coordinating with people when we're dealing with time zones and hemispheres and all of that. You'd have to build one, more of a legacy vintage player. Okay, let me just finish the game over here, and then I'll answer that. Oops, actually they have... No, never mind, they have death. Yeah, it's... So I just beat a level 1... That was a level 1 platinum player. Hee hee hee. So yeah, Tuesdays you'd work, you'd be more flexible, responded, yeah, no worries, I'm getting it, trying to figure it out. You'd have to build one. Yeah, Mark, it is a big endeavor if you don't have one or one of the pre-con ones and such, but again, I'm not quite rushing for when we would get that all set up, so 1, 2, 3 weeks, whatever, I wasn't quite planning on doing a 1,000 subscriber thing. I guess I should, I'm supposed to be a content creator, I'm supposed to care about these things, right? I did the 600 question, I did the 600 subscriber Q&A, and at 1,000 that's a bigger deal and such, but I don't know, I was too busy creating content to think about doing that. So then I got some questions from people, from fans and such, about like, hey, are you gonna do a 1,000 anniversary video thing, whatever? Yes, I'm planning it. So I'm putting it out there let's play Commander, let's aim some webcams at some cards and play and see about that. So thanks on that 1,000. It took forever. It honestly took forever because, I don't know, the algorithm just feels like YouTube just wants to, like, we already pay PewDiePie so much, and we already pay Jenna Marbles so much, and we already pay so many people so much. We don't want to pay more people, so getting to the 1,000 has been pretty tricky. Back in the good old days, I was making a few bucks off of YouTube like 4 years ago, 3 years ago, and then they changed it. You needed to have at least X whatever, X threshold, which I was at. And then they say, actually, you need a threshold of 1,000, which I wasn't at. So then it took like 1.5, 2 years or something to get to 1,000. I'm like, wow, do I even still want to get to it? Am I ever gonna get there? Like, I have my fans and all of that, and cool, and it's a lot of effort, but to get to 1,000, and some people just ascend so fast. You're at 137. Yeah, you'll get there. Just keep at it. Don't think you have a camera to do it. Maybe a PS3 USB camera. I don't know how it works. Is it like a real USB that plugs into a real computer? If it's USB, I would assume it works. But yeah, keep all of that in mind. We'll be in touch. I'm touching base with everyone to figure that out. So, we'll be in touch about it. But okay, let's go back to some gameplay, and let me go refresh my beverage. It's a little warm. So I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. And when we come back, we'll do the Tinker's Cube and see what weird shenanigans we can get into on that. So, BRB, right back. I'm very efficient with my snacks. So we're back. Let's get into the Tinker's Cube one moment. Actually, I said what I was going to do also. I was going to have these vintage cards that we were going to look at once in a while. So I got my box of vintage cards, and I'll be reaching into that as we progress. Let's look at one right now, actually, before we get back into things. So, what sets are these even anyway? Oh, okay, that set, so cool. One of my favorite ones. So I'm going to reach in randomly right here. Let's see what this card is. Not looking, but they are in color order. So let's see, this is a blue card. It is Naked Girl, no, what is it called? It's called Infuse, I think. Let me, Infuse, yep, that's it, nailed it. So Infuse. It's called Late Night Massage Parlor. Naked person. So 3 mana, instant, untap, target artifact, creature, or land. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. This is one of these vintage cards that they thought, this is going to be too powerful. We can't let people draw a card off of a card this turn instantly. Let's make it next turn. So this is the old weird wording that when I play it nowadays with people, I'm like, I'm just going to draw it now. Don't even worry about it. And so yeah, tap, untap an artifact, creature, or land, and then draw a card. The potential for change lies in all things. Know a thing's nature, know its possibilities, and know it anew. And thus spoke Gutha Ebisdoter, Kildoran Royal Mage. So classic card from 1995, Ice Age, back in the good old days of Magic. They're all good days, but that's when I first played. And there we go. That's one of our vintage cards that we're going to see there. We're going to see a few others as we go on. Let's get back to the game. we got a Clockwork Servant. Let's start the Tinkerer's Cube. Actually, before the Tinkerer's Cube, let me pull up a little strategy over here in the web browser. Tinkerer's Cube archetypes. I was taking a quick look at an article here about what to be on the lookout for. The last time that I played this on the stream, I hadn't really looked up what are the archetypes, what are the things I should be looking for, and I think the game went okay, but here we'll actually kind of try a little harder. So this, so Beta Fish over here wrote an article about Cube in general and Tinkerer's Cube specifically. So he just said kind of look out for these. He didn't break it down into like each individual, get this card, get that card, and that sort of thing. But he talks about, or they talk about, here's some plans. So go wide and tokens is going to be in white, green, and red. So cards to look out for are Micaeus, the Lunarch. This is a white plus X, 0/0. When it enters, it comes in with X 1/1s. Tap it, put another counter. Tap and remove a counter to put a 1 counter on something else. Okay, so it kind of passes counters around. Interesting. Anointed Procession, love that one. 4-mana enchantment. Whenever you create 1 or more tokens, double it instead. Hell Rider, ooh, that one totally got me the last time I was... I don't know if it was 1 or 2 opponents, but once is enough. 4 mana, 3/3 Devil with haste. Whenever a creature you control attacks, Hell Rider deals 1 damage to the player or planeswalker it's attacking. So basically, this triggers for everything that attacks. And so I thought I was at a healthy, like 9 life or something, and then the Hell Rider comes out, and not only does this attack with haste and like 2 other things, but all of those things also triggered once and gave me just 3 damage on top of whatever the damage was going to be, and I was dead. So that's a good card if you've gone wide. Tendershoe Dryad, 5 whole mana for a 2/2, but it makes a 1/1 Saproling at each upkeep, including the opponent's. And then eventually, when you have the City's Blessing, when you ascend, all your 1/1s become 3/3s, and it keeps making 3/3s every time. Trostani, she gives all your creatures +1/+1. Gives you 2 1/1s, actually 2 2s, and the weird clause about at the beginning of your end step, each player gains control of all creatures they own. I guess that's like if someone steals your things with control magic or something, you get it back. You just talked to your stepson, he said he could use his Chromebook laptop to try and hook up for the game. Okay, cool, yeah, so yeah, see about working on a deck and such, and see if the Chromebook will work, and yeah, cool, we'll be in touch with all of that, about all of that. Heroic Reinforcement, Boros, create 2 1/1s, and then until end of turn, creatures you control get +1 in haste. So just a big go wide strategy. Okay, so when we draft, let's be on the lookout for some good white, green, or red token go wide creatures. We also have Enchantress. There's an Enchantment Matters deck, although from what I see here, it doesn't seem... They have written here, look out for green, white, and black, but the only black card they mentioned is Hateful Eidolon, so I really think it's probably really just green and white. But Sigil of the Empty Throne, 5 mana, enchantment. Whenever you cast an enchantment, create a 4/4 angel. So more enchantments, more angels. Hateful Eidolon, 1 black mana, 1/2, lifelink. Whenever an enchanted creature dies, draw a card for each aura. So the trick on that is you gotta put on that 1 enchantment that kills a thing, then you draw a card off of this. I think it's a lot of effort, but I see people do it and I'm so amazed about it. You'll have to hit me up for what sets to use and how to build a commander deck. Okay, yeah, we'll chat about that. Nisian Wanderer, 2 mana, creature constellation. Whenever an enchantment enters, look at the top 3 cards. You may put a land into the hand or the rest at the bottom. Enchantress's Presence, 3 mana enchantment. Whenever you cast an enchantment, draw a card. Okay, definitely. Sotizen Champion, 3 mana, Constellation. Whenever an enchantment enters, put a +1 on this and draw a card. Cool. And Kalex, he loves enchantments. So we'll be on the lookout for some green and white enchantments. Black, I guess. We've also got Reanimator or Graveyard shenanigans in this cube. We have Gravebreaker Lamia. 5 mana for a 4/4, lifelink, go search for a thing, put it in your graveyard, and then spells you cast from your graveyard cost 1 less. Champion of Wits, 3 mana, it's a 2/1. When it enters, draw cards equal to its power, then discard 2. And internalize it, it comes back as a 4/4. You draw 4 cards, you keep 2. Multani, it's Reach and Trample for 6, and it gets a +1 for each land. And then you can bring it back from the graveyard. Fiend Artisan, people love this one, but I can't get it to work. 2 mana for a 1/1, it gets +1 for each creature card in your graveyard. Then you pay black, you pay Golgari and X, sacrifice it, go get another creature. It's too smart for me. Back for more now, this is easy for me. 6 mana. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. When you do, it fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. If you bring back something from the graveyard, hopefully something big, and then it fights something, it takes it out. So the combo, of course, is do your Gravebreaker Lamia to go get your 20 mana creature, put it into the graveyard. Then you pay the back for more to bring that huge creature out of the graveyard, and it kills something on the opponent. And then, of course, Uro, which is amazing. 6 mana. I mean, 6/6, 3 mana. Draws you a card, gains you life, escapes for 4. And the last archetype here is life gain, so black and white. You want to get Veto. Every time you gain life, the opponent loses life. Soul Warden, anytime any creature enters, including opponents, gain life. Heliod, if you get that, it's game over. Indestructible 5/5, whenever you gain life, put a +1 on a creature. Pay 2 to give a creature life link. 3 mana for this. Blood Artisan, someone did the infinite combo on me the other day, and it was totally my fault, because they had summoned Veto, and they had a life gain creature, so I'm like, okay, Veto's dead, so I killed it. And they had summoned another Veto, and I had a way to kill it, but I thought, okay, do I want to kill it now, or do I want to set up my board? I'll set up my board. Well, next turn, they played the Fiend Artisan. Whenever Blood Artist or another creature dies, target player loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. So this is an infinite combo. As long as you start the one thing dies, you gain a life, and then lose a life over and over and over. And I let the opponent click next like 12 times to get me. But I'm surprised that doesn't have a resolve all. But lost your connection? Oh, I'm just talking about the final archetype here, the life gain archetype. There's an infinite combo here. If you can get Veto out, the opponent loses life when you gain life. And you get the Blood Artisan, you gain life when they lose life. That's an infinite combo there. However, it seems like on Arena you don't have a resolve all button. You have to manually click each one, because someone did it to me, and I had to let them click next 12 times or whatever to totally kill me. You have Bolus of Citadel. I love that card. 6 mana, pay life, play stuff off the top of your deck. And the card is cut in half here, but we've got the revenge side of it. Double your life total and cut your opponent's life total in half. So these are the archetypes. We're going to be on the lookout for black and white cards to a life gain deck, or we're going to be on the lookout for black, green, and blue cards for graveyard stuff, or we're going to be on the lookout for green and white, black for enchantments, or go wide, which is white, green, and red. So those are the archetypes of the cube. Let's memorize those and start the cube. So let me first open up my refreshment here. This is proud sponsor of the stream. I wish we have the Dylan's Boiling Bottling Company Black Cherry, established in 1891. Black Cherry Cola with the handy twist off top. Very bubbly. sugary and black cherry-esque, so needs a shot of gin or something. Maybe I'll do that later. But let's get this cube started. Okay, that was fast. People are playing this. Are we gonna run into any famous people? Alright, speaking of life gain, we've got Vito and Sarah Ascendant, although that cares about having 30 life. We have a Vito. Hey there, Stevie. We just started the draft. You're right on time. There's the combo right there. Vito and the Blood Artisan. Okay, I'm gonna try to get this. Let's see if this wheels around. Hopefully someone doesn't get it in hopes of getting their own Vito. So let's see about possibly trying to do black and white life gain. What else is here, just in case? That's some reanimation, some haste spells, destroy a thing. No, actually, it gives your golems +1. Is golem a thing? There's the Earring Karag Pyromancer, which is amazing. Counter spell, Blood Artist, I want that. Don't let me forget to get that Blood Artist if it comes back. Lord of Extinction, equal to the number of cards in all graveyards. Okay, so some Golgari shenanigans. Yeah, I already picked out my Vito right there. So, yep, confirm. So, ooh, a Johnny gives you life gain as well, right? No, no, it doesn't give you life. Core Spirit Dancer, she cares about enchantments, Carnifex. It's about counters. Hellrider, there's the Hellrider strategy. Mouth to Feed in green, Grumgully, Titanomox if you're doing some graveyard stuff. Reinforcements make you gain 6 life. If you have less life than the opponent, gain 6 life. If you control fewer creatures, create 3/1/1s. I might get that one from here. The Ardenvale Castle, Tender Shoot, that's for the go wide strategy. Sailor, Slime, Eroa's Blessing, and Penumbra. Okay, so if I want to keep life gain, then Timely Reinforcement would be there. If I want to go with go wide strategy, Tender Shoot is there. Hellrider is also is also go wide strategy. So that's gain 6 life if you're low, make some creatures, or that's make more creatures. I'm gonna get the Tender Shoot. I'm thinking that if the life gain doesn't fully pay off, I want to have a backup. Speaking of life gain, so we got the Charming Prince, gain 3 life, Scry. Basri, that's good for the go wide strategy. Serendib Ifrit is amazing, 3/4 for 3 mana flyer. Patron of the Valiant, 4/4 flyer. When it enters, put a 1 counter. Okay, so if you're going for a go wide strategy, there's the Basri's Lieutenant plus the Patron. When the opponent loses life, this gets bigger. I'm gonna get Basri because it puts counters on things and it's big itself. It's still early, obviously we'll keep a lookout for life gain stuff. Dawn of Hope, Angel, if you've got a lot of life it gets big. Omen, you pull the Basri, the full art, ooh, that sounds cool. If you gain life, draw a card. Make creatures for go wide strategy. Okay, so I'm kind of seeing a little bit more of the go wide strategy than the life gain strategy, but it's still early and everything. So if you gain life, then you can draw cards. Versus a guaranteed make 2/1/1s to go wide. If you've got a lot of life that's big. Yeah, I'm going to make some creatures. And then we'll circle back to see if we got life gain stuff. Red and blue. People are passing red and blue. Okay, that's troublesome, but there's an enchantment. Guess. Roar of the Worm. Get that Sentinel's Eyes. If we're going for black and white, or white and green, Ooh, the Reverent Hoplite. That's a definite go wide strategy there. Make 1/1s equal to the number of your devotion to white. So if you've got a lot of white pips, that'll help. Silver Smote. If you gain 3 or more life, return it to the battlefield. Pay 2, sacrifice to draw a card. I think this is leaning more towards the go-wide strategy, and I'm fine with that. I like attacking with creatures and such. Oh, there's the Indulgent Patrician. That's perfect for the black and white life gain deck. Lifelink Flying. At the end of your turn, if you gain 3 or more life, the opponent loses 3 life. So, okay. That'll go with black and white. Fauna Shana. Fauna the Shana. Green for Enchantress deck. Discard a creature, search for a creature. Not really loving anything here. And that doesn't do too much. Karn's Bastion doesn't do too much. A 2/2 for 2. Constellation. Guess this Wanderer, if I get more enchantment stuff going on. He bleated. There's a traffic jam with Itomaki. So my opponents are Artie Buko Jr., G-Berg, Chicken Flying, Itomaki, Fusion, or Fusion. Fusion is spelled with 1 S, I believe. Fusion. Mingchi and JC Sony are the opponents. One of the few times that we have everyone has a completely different avatar. Usually they double up here and there. Okay, it came back. The Blood Artisan. The Blood Artist came back. The Infinite Combo came back. Got it. So the Infinite Combos, you've got Veto out. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. Okay, Blood Artist. Whenever Blood Artist or another creature dies, target player loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. I guess the trick now is to make sure that something dies. So come back over here. Core Spirit Dancer cares about enchantments. I've only got 1 enchantment so far. Oh, 2 enchantments, okay. Okay, Spirit Dancer. The Patron wheeled back, so it's white. Put a +1 on each creature with a +1, and besides that it's a 4/4 flyer. And what Basri's Lieutenant does is it puts a counter, so I just need to get more counters for that to fully work. Back to this. I guess that Cartouche is an enchantment. Back to nothing important here. Nothing important here. So I'm going back and forth. Okay, then Nocturnal Feeder. When this dies, opponent loses 2 life. Okay, that'll feed into the veto strategy. Next pack, Ranger of Eos. It lets you go get small things. Oh wait, what I see over here, Heartless Act. So removal. I haven't gotten any removal yet, so definitely that. Sir Conrad is cool. Deals damage when something gets put into the graveyard. You've got an enchantment here. Give something +4 and create 2 wolves. Love that. Wishkar puts a +1. Okay, this one is for that go wide strategy, puts counters on things. There's a lot of good stuff here. I'm going to get that Heartless Act because I don't have any removal. Those are the cards that I liked were in green, which is like secondary at the moment. Seems to be going white and black. but probably maybe splash a green if we see some mana fixing. Nylea, Renata, Carrion Grub gets plus X, whatever. Daxos, okay, that's life gain. That's a life gain strategy. And the Archon is cool. When you constellate, you make more Pegasi. Oh, and then we got the Vicious Offering right there for removal. Yeah, I like a lot of stuff here as well. And then the Squire's Devotion is an enchantment and gives lifelink. Yeah, this one is stacked. We got that Cathal Locthwain as well. I guess just in the tenets of drafting, you need removal, so I'm going to grab that removal of Vicious Offering. Give a creature -2/-2, or possibly -5. And hopefully more things come back. Whenever you gain life, Calestra Nightwatch gains flying. Oh, sure. So I want that Daxos, I want that Archon, I want that Castle, I want that Devotion. So let's see what comes back around. This is a great pack. Sky Tether is an enchantment. Nightmare Shepherd, I love that one. When something dies, bring it back to life as a 1/1. Agonizing Remorse, that's another kind of removal. Look at the opponent's hand, remove anything from it. Raise the alarm for some go wide. I think I'm going to go with that Agonizing. I don't know if we have time. 24 seconds, everyone. Should we get the Agonizing Remorse, remove anything from their hand, or Nightmare Shepherd, make a 4/4 flying, and when something dies, bring it back to life as a 1/1? I'm going to auto-pick the Agonizing unless you can answer in 8 seconds, everyone. What do we pick, the Agonizing or the Nightmare? 4, 2, 1. We got the Agonizing. The 44. What is a 44? Path of Bravery. As long as your life total is greater than or equal to your starting life, you control get +1. Whenever one or more creatures you control attack, gain life. Okay, that's a life gain strategy. Bosri's Acolyte is cool for giving +1s. Heliod's Pilgrim lets you go get aura enchantments. We got the Skeleton that'll keep coming back. Squire to explore. Oh, I see, the 4/4, the flying 4/4 nightmare creature thing. How many creatures do I have anyway? 10. These are still in pack 2, so it's early. Let's get the Path of Bravery. It gives you life. What is here? So we have the enchantment creature that mills you. I'm not going for a mill strategy though. Venerable Knight is just a 2/1 that when she dies passes on her sword. These dual lands don't do much. Branching Evolution. If one counter gets put on something, instead double that. Let's grab that. Again, I'm kind of jumping between a couple of ideas. Here's some mana fixing. Well, the Leonin will give you life. Imperious will +1 your creatures. So we have the Scattered Grove, which can give green and white mana. We have the Leonin, which will gain you life when you've got 3 creatures. Yeah, let's go with that cat. There's another one of these dual lands. Maybe that's how I'll be able to. And then we got another dual land right here too. Lich's Caress, actually, that's what I need. Destroy a creature. Those dual lands will probably still cycle around. Yeah, we need removal, right? Yeah, I got the removal. Ooh, Divine Visitation. Make a token, and instead of making a token, it makes an angel. But I'm not really doing token stuff. Angelic Exaltation. Attack and give your creature +X if it's alone. The Enchantress. If we're dealing with enchantments, draw cards. Start to finish. Create tokens. Destroy a creature. Enchantress. What do we want? Let's go with Enchantress. Ranger. No one wanted the Ranger. That came back. I don't want the Ranger either. We'll get it. Daxos is back. Good. Okay, this was the pack that was amazing, wasn't it? So Daxos for life gain, Squire's Devotion for enchantment and life gain, but we need creatures, right? 12 so far. So Daxos. Maybe that Squire will come back. We'll see. Over here. Gustwalker for some aggro. This can become a 3/3 flyer. Secluded Step can be cycled if not necessary. And the Citizen is for card draw. Pilgrim gets you an aura, so yep. Get in there. No one wanted the Knight. And no one wants these dual lands. And the last card. Dragon Egg. No one wanted a baby dragon. Okay. Final deck. Final pack. And Resplendent Angel, gain lifelink, make angels. Hushbringer has lifelink and flying, shuts down ETBs. Unbreakable makes your creatures indestructible and gives them counters. Falconwrath Noble flying. When this or another creature dies, lose 1 life, gain 1 life. When the priest enters, gain 1 life. Yeah, that 3/3 flyer, which is a mythic. I think that'll be pick one, and then other things I like. The Noble, the Unbreakable, the Hush, Priest. Fabled Passage, though, can help mana fix, even though I've got a few green things. Bolas the Citadel. That's a lot of black mana, but it's amazing. Zendikar Vampire, but it doesn't have life gain. That's that Citizen Champion. Targeted with an enchantment, draw cards, gets big. Baron Moor to cycle. Pride. Give your creatures +1, or if you've got the Blessing, give them +2. That's definite go wide. Sigil Contender, if this has a +1, give it lifelink. Willow Haven, Wolf Willow is for mana ramping. Yeah, I'll go with the Citadel for Magical Christmas Land, and then there's a bunch of stuff to come back for when these wheel around. Zendikar Vampire, Citizen Champion, maybe the Wolf Willow. MEL, Exile, this is the one that was kind of interesting. Kind of complex. Exile another creature, then return it. Whenever another creature enters, you control, pay whatever. If you do, put a +1 if it's Unicorn. Okay, it kind of blinks things. But we have Danitha, First Strike Vigilance lifelink, amazing. And if you can get some enchantments or whatever onto her, she's cool. We've got that Gravebreaker 4/4 lifelink. Hopefully she comes back around. It comes back around. I got 17 creatures so far, so I can probably hold back on the creatures unless it's amazing, but Danitha's amazing, so we'll put it in the deck. Banishing Light, there we go. Oh, there's a Grey Merchant or a Banishing Light. I did say I've got enough creatures, so I should get that Banishing Light. Destiny Spinner's cool. Your enchantments and creatures cannot be countered, and then later on you can turn a land into a living land. We've got the Regal Bloodlord flying. If you gained life, create bats. Yeah, I like stuff here, but let's grab that removal, Banishing Light, and then maybe Grey Merchant. No one wanted Rawl. Yeah, people aren't getting the red and blue too much in this pod, and there's nothing much for me here. I can do double black, find, return up to 2 creatures from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah, there's nothing here that. Oh, actually, wait. Green. At the beginning, enchanted creature gets +1. Target enchanted creature or enchantment creature you control gets +1 until end of turn. I guess a Safford. I can cycle. I can have a cycling land. Sure. Ooh, there's Machias. Remember, I was saying that that's one of the. But that was for the go wide strategy, wasn't it? Although you can exit to make it huge. Stab wound, something gets a -2 and the opponent keeps losing life. Yeah, that's close enough removal. -2 plus enchantment, Mire Triton. Machias the Lunarch. Yeah, we'll get that removal. Removal enchantment. An X creature, Voracious Hydra, double green plus X. Black Blade Reforged. Don't have that many legendaries actually. Let's get the Black Blade. We'll cut things. It can be attached a lot better. If Danitha is out there, this can be attached to Danitha for 3 instead of 7. On Sarah's Wings, enchanted creature, it's legendary flying vigilance lifelink. Yeah. There's the unbreakable back to that. We've got the anointed priest for gain 1 life. Citizen Champion came back, Sigiled Contender. Sengir came back actually. We're in the final stretch, so let's get the Sengir Vampire. Speaking of vintage art and such, right? I don't like any of these. +2 for each other enchantment, I guess. And here's the Regal Bloodlord, I guess. Herald. Final packs. Hey Jack, didn't see you there. Welcome to the stream. We're just finishing up the Tinkerer's Cube draft. I just drafted cards. We're gonna put it all together right now. Thanks for joining again. We got Mark and Stevie and Jack and Keeb on the stream at the moment. Anyone else that I missed? Who's around? Thanks for coming by. We're playing the Tinkerer's Cube. We have 2 possible strategies to go into. We have life gain, or we have enchantments. So I was kind of hedging my bets a little bit. We might be able to do all 3. We will see. I didn't get any mana fixing at all, unfortunately, but we'll see how it goes. So before putting the deck together, let's reach into the vintage deck box and let's see what card we might find here. A card that might even be older than some of the people on the stream. So let's reach in over here without looking, and the card that I'm pulling up here is the Krovikian Plague. Let me focus that, sorry. Let me focus that. My camera never wants to focus. But it is Krovikian Plague. I should probably just show it on my web browser, right? There it is, okay. Krovikian Plague. 3 mana, enchant a creature. Nowadays it would be an aura. This is from Alliances. 1996. Play on a non-wall creature you control. Draw a card at the beginning of the upkeep of the turn after the plague enters. So it's one of these slow trips. Pay 0. Tap enchanted creature to have Krovikian Plague deal 1 damage to target creature or player, and then put a -0/-1 counter on the creature. Okay, so you're going to enchant your own creature. It cannot be a wall, aka defender. Then you're able to tap your creature to deal 1 damage to any creature or player, We will look at the current rating ruling for this in a moment to see if this counts planeswalkers. So you tap your own creature, you give it a -0, -1, so you slowly are weakening your own creature to do 1 damage to your opponent's creature or the opponent. But let's look up what this card currently is in the current rulings. Krovikian Plague. Actually, how many Krovikian things even exist? Just not Krovikian, Krovikan Plague. There are 10 cards in the world of Magic that have the term Krovikan on them. Ooh, what's that one? Krovikan Rot, Krovikan Scoundrel, Krovikan Vampire. Ooh, classic Quentin Hoover art. Anyway, Krovikan Plague, here's the current ruling for it. Enchant non-wall creature you control. Enchantment aura. When Krovikan Plague enters the battlefield, draw a card. Okay. Tap enchanted creature, : Now it doesn't have the 0 part of it anymore. Krovikan Plague deals 1 damage to any target. Okay, so nowadays it does count planeswalkers. Put a -0, -1 counter on enchanted creature. Put a on the creature. Activate this ability only if enchanted creature is untapped. I guess that would make sense, because technically on some things, if a thing is tapped, you can still attempt to do the thing, or if a thing has attacked. There's some cards where you can say, I'm going to do the thing even though the thing's already done, but this one, nowadays, classic card from 1996 that nowadays takes a novella to explain, but that's what I reached into from my vintage cards from back in the day, printed in Alliances, 1996. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Alright, let's we'll look at more as those go on. As the stream goes on. And get back to the game. So how's everyone doing so far? What did you have? What was the most interesting thing you had to eat today? I had an amazing breakfast croissant thing from Whole Foods, and it was tasty. Heating up the leftovers later was not as good. When it was fresh, it was good. Alright, so here's the pile, and if we're going for, let's say, I'm definitely doing white, because I pulled 20 white cards. Maybe just this is just the easy answer right here. Maybe I'll just cut all the green. Just by looking at it like this, without much other info. That's an annoying card, you love it. Oh, were you able to make it work really well back in the day, slowly pinging the opponents? So, I know I picked a bunch of green things, but let's check this for a moment. If I only go with black and white cards, I'm at 48 cards, 19 creatures, 12 non-creatures, mana cost average of 3, 20 to 12. You made a cheese muffin, split the cheese, bacon and egg for breakfast. You made it yourself? It wasn't from a place? That sounds really tasty. Hey there, Ashley, how are you doing? Mark was just regaling us with his amazing cheese muffin breakfast. So thanks for joining in. We just drafted Tinkerer's Cube. We did it last week, and this time instead of going in blind, I actually went to someone's article to kind of get the ideas of what could possibly be done, like a go-wide strategy, enchantress strategy, etc. So we took a quick look at that before we got into the gameplay, and I seem to have put together a life gain deck. I got black and white cards. So we're just about to whittle the pile down into a 7-0 type of deck. You used to use the card on the thing that did stuff when it goes to the graveyard. Sounds like, yeah, you get the value out of tapping it to do the damage, plus it dying, you get the stuff. You spent the evening making a cake for a baby shower. You don't understand girl stuff, but you tried to participate. What was the cake? That sounds really cool. My mom used to be like into making like what are they called? Not party favors, but centerpieces. She used to do centerpieces. She took centerpiece, craft making classes back when I was in high school, and she kind of had that side business for a while. She hasn't done it in a while, but I remember that growing up. She had all of this, like, what do you call that green foam that you stick stuff onto? That was always in the house all the time, and we had glue guns and glue sticks getting burned by it. Alright, so Leonin Vanguard, if you've got 3 creatures, you gain life. Okay. Sentinel's Eyes, enchantment, give a creature +1, plus vigilance. Let's just say for the moment, because I'm not focused on a big enchantment deck. Yeah, let's just go through it without cutting things just yet. Okay, so enchantment card. Venerable Knight. Not a lot of synergy, but it's a go wide kind of strategy, but it's a 2/1. Vanilla with strawberry filling. You did some weird watercolor paint effect with the icing. Your hubby was a pastry chef. Your hubby has a pastry degree, so he got enlisted in hitting and abetting. That's pretty cool. I wish I had that talent. I do dabble. I made no bake 1 bowl keto cookies a few days ago, which was almond flour, cocoa powder. It was 4 ingredients. Maple syrup. One thing, maybe vanilla extract. It was very, very simple. They were tasty. Okay, the Anointed Priest. When it enters, you gain 1 life. Embalm it. It comes back again, gains you a life again. Gustwalker. It's a 2/2. It can exert and become a 3/3 flyer. Core Spirit Dancer. You've got enchantments. She's amazing. +2 for each aura attached. Actually, not just enchantments, auras. Okay, so you've got to attach it to her, and then you draw a card. Even if she's not attached, you get a card draw. How's the maple syrup keto? Yeah, it wasn't exactly. That was breaking it, which I was surprised, because when I was reading the article, it was like, yeah, keto cookie. Now, I did diminish the amount that was called for in the recipe, but definitely, besides for the flavoring, I mean for the sweetness, you'd put a few drops of stevia. That would be keto. But I wanted to do it like the original recipe, and then next time I'll do it even more on topic. So, Daxos. Gain life whenever you ETB or dies. Agonizing Remorse. Remove stuff from their hand. Blood Artist. When a creature dies, player loses a life, you gain a life. Heartless Act, removal. Vicious Offering, removal. Black Blade Reforged. I'll probably cut this. Give a creature +1 for each land. Equip it for 7, or equip it for 3 for legendary. And I got 1 or 2 legendaries. Vanishing Light, removal. Danitha, that's what I want to put that Black Blade in her hands. She would be a 2/2 first strike, vigilance, lifelink, plus equipment cost 1 less. So Magical Christmas Land is Black Blade on Danitha, and assuming I only have 3 lands, this is giving +3/+3, so she would be a 5/5 first strike, vigilant, lifelink, but dies to removal. Heliod's Pilgrim, go get an aura. When I was kind of going back and forth between a life gain strategy and an enchantment strategy, this was in here, or this was picked, so go get an aura. Tutor in Aura. Omen of the Sun, it's an enchantment, makes 2/1/1s, and then later on crack it to scry. Path of Bravery, it's an enchantment. If your life total is more than 20, give your creatures +1. When one or more creatures you control attack, you gain life equal to the number of attackers. So even if I don't have more than 20 life, and one creature's attacking, you get a +1. Resplendent Angel, 3/3 flyer. At the beginning, if you gain 5 life, you make an angel. If you've got 6 mana, give the angel +2 and lifelink. Nocturnal Feeder, 2/1. When this dies, opponent loses 2, you gain 2. Stab Wound removal. All of that life gain is to try to get some veto action. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. Pay 5, give all your creatures lifelink. Indulging Patrician, 3 mana, 1/4 lifelink flyer. At the beginning of your end turn, if you gain 3 or more life, they lose 3. Bowser's Lieutenant, 3/4 Vigilance, protection for multi. When it enters, give a +1 counter to itself or another creature. When a creature with a +1 dies, make a 2/2. On Sarah's Wing, Legendary Aura, give a creature +1 Flying Vigilance lifelink. Ranger of Eos, probably remove this one. When you summon it, go tutor for a 1 CMC creature, and I've only got 2 of those. Plus it just goes to your hand. Reverent Hoplite, 5 mana, 1/2. When it enters, create X 1/1s based on your devotion to white. Most of the deck is white, so hopefully you get 3 or 4 or more out of this. Patron of the Valiant, 5 mana, 4/4 flyer. Put a +1 counter on a creature that has a counter. Lich's Caress, removal, gain 3 life. Sengir Vampire, classic. Gotta put in one of these, because I've got a few vampires going on. We've got some players that remember this from back in the day, although we need the old art, of course. When something gets damaged and dies, put a +1 on this, or else it's just a 4/4 for 5 flyer. Regal Bloodlord, you like pairing Hoplite with Divine Visitation? Yes, there was a Divine Visitation that floated around in the draft. Not sure why I didn't take it. There must have been something better that one pack. I don't remember if I had the Hoplite at the same time as the Visitation, but yeah, that is an epic 4/4 Angel Swarm. Regal Bloodlord, 2/4 flyer. At the beginning of each end step, if you gained life, create a 1/1 black bat. And Bolas' Citadel, no explanation necessary. But if you do, pay life to play cards off the top of the library. If you have 10 permanents on the battlefield, tap it and sacrifice them. Opponent loses 10 life. 9 and 8 lands. Remind me to put nicer lands. Let me decrease it down here to remind me. Actually, let me take out all the lands. I'm going to forget and I'm going to play with 2 lands in my deck. Remind me to put better lands. But then that throws off my calculation about what my deck size is. Oh, actually, never mind. 19 creatures, 12 non-creatures. Okay, so let's remove creatures. Okay, I don't need that Ranger of Eos. It doesn't really tutor anything important. That Venerable Knight is not quite synergizing with anything, although put a +1 counter. I guess the +1 counter synergizes with things like Patron of the Valiant. So we'll see. The Hoplite assumes devotion. Bloodlord assumes life. Remember to put in the nicer land. Yes, remind. Okay, let's do it now before I forget. Actually, let's get some nice lands in here. Let's go look at some nice lands. Land. No plains. How does it show me my lands? Lands. Yeah, here we go. So what do we want here for the lands? Got a lot to pick from. Got some Mirage Lands, World Wake, I guess. Amonkhet, Ixalan, Dominaria, Guilds of Ravnica, War of the Spark, Eldraine. Why pick? Why not put mismatched lands? Any full art? Yeah, I got some full arts right over here. I got the full art unsanctioned. I got the full art unstable. Do we want to trigger the opponents and just put 20 different, or 12 different, or 9 different planes? I'm down for that. So that the opponent rage quits when we have only one dog planes and then one of everything else. All right, let's do that. So let's put 9. Let's put 9 different. Okay, so a couple of full arts here, of course. We'll put the dog land. I love this other plane over here. The shield is kind of cool. These crystal ones are kind of cool. Ooh, this beautiful Theros one. Oh, there's another full art one. We got the full art unhinged. Put all the full arts, definitely. I like this kind of like sparkly ley-liney one. Oh, this Eldraine one's cool too. Who's that? Howard Lion. Let's get one of those. This one of feathers is cool too. So many cool ones to pick from. Got like morning and night, and this one's more forest-ish than plains-ish. These are too depressing, these destroyed Ravnica ones. Stealing Sparks. How about a classic artist here, Mark Poole. Yeah, maybe this flying city sort of thing. How many is that so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we need 9 more. We definitely have to put the Mirage one in here, right? Yeah, that beautiful Mirage. It's only half of the panorama, unfortunately. And then final one. What's the last one we should get? That Ravnica one looks cool. The Ixalan one looks gloomy. My printer's going off. I barely tapped it and my printer's going off. Let's go with that cityscape. So, okay, we got 9 different planes to trigger the opponent. We need a Ravnica with a city in the view. Let's look at one of those. Yeah, this is, I think I grabbed one. Do you like that one? The Ravnica Towers one? It's Guilds of Ravnica, or do we want to go back to the... That's Return to Ravnica, right? I like that one too. It's a little bit copper colored-ish. So do you want Vintage Ravnica or Recent Ravnica? Alright, we'll pick that one. Recent one. Okay, let's get some swamps. Let's jump over to swamps. Let me get, first of all, a beautiful Vintage Mirage swamp. Then we'll get all of the full arts. How many full arts do I have? Got a full art unhinged. this hilarious palm of death swamp. And then we've got the weird stuff in the cauldron. We've got the weird little creatures. Oh, I like that one. Let's throw that jumpstart one in there. And we got, the Liliana land. That'll totally trigger people because I'm only going to have one of them. Full art unsanctioned, unstable. I like the purples on that Ikoria one. Ooh, that Aiden was just telling me that on the Discord that he has this one in real life foil. I don't remember if it was from Jumpstart or another set, but I like these two. All of these jumpstart ones are really nice. Cool spooky castle, cool spooky graveyard. So far I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 7. We need one more. Swamp. Bolus Citadel Swamp. To match with my Bolus Citadel. Now here's something. This is, I believe that's Shadows over Innistrad or Eldritch Moon. When I got back into Magic in 2017, one of the local card shops, what was it called, Stevie? What was the name of that one card shop in Chula Vista with the kindly old man that... It was his card shop. It was a baseball card shop, but he had also Magic cards. BJ's or TJ's? TC's Rockets? No, that's something else. What was the name of that one in Chula Vista? Anyway, that particular, when I got back into Magic, that was one of the first card shops that I went to. And that card shop was there for like 20 years. And PJ's, yes, PJ Sports Cards, that's it, on 3rd Avenue. The guy that owned it was so nice. I bought boosters of whatever the set was at that time. Guess was Hour of Devastation, Ixalan, Block, etc. around there. And then sounds like 80s teen adventure music. Exactly. I was perfect for me. Actually, I wasn't quite a teen in the 80s, but definitely stands out like that. Cobra Kai, something from Cobra Kai. This is my... What station? This is Diamond Conundrum by Abstraction. So it's just some fun 80s pastiche music. So the guy, when I was buying stuff, he said, "Here, have a land pack. Welcome back to Magic." And the land pack was from Eldritch Moon. And it had that art there. So my oldest decks that I still have together when I got back into Magic in 2017 have those lands, and so I get a little nostalgia when I got back into Magic at that time, in addition to, of course, the vintage cards from the 90s. So there we go. We got our mismatched lands to wreck the opponent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, we got 17 lands. Okay, let me do a quick save on this. The deck's not ready, but I'll just save in case things crash. And then I will actually finish crafting the deck. We're at 47 cards. If any ideas stand out for people... Yeah, this is triggering me. Look at how it's just a stack of lands there. So I guess to be... Let's look at it one more time. Okay, so that's definitely life gain. I guess I'm going to remove... Let's see how this looks without the enchantment stuff. So, Sentinel's Eyes, Core Spirit Dancer, Black Blade, Before You Return. In 2017, 2001 was when you decided to give old school Yu-Gi-Oh! A try, and then you played it for 8 years. That's a long time to play. Wow. When I first played Magic, it was from 95 to 99, and then now that I'm back into it, it's from 2017 to 2020. That's 3 years. So that was a long stretch of time that you played Yu-Gi-Oh! You must have memorized so many cards and so many strategies. 16 creatures. So, 43 cards. You stopped Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in 2013. Yeah, it was a while to be into it. 16 creatures. Okay, so the Vanguard is life gain. The Venerable Knight has some +1 stuff. Anointer has life gain. Gustwalker has exert, you get an explosive 3/3 flying every other turn. Daxos is life gain. Blood Artist synergizes with Veto. Janatha, life gain. Omen. I guess I'll remove the Omen. This makes, because I removed the other enchantment stuff. You got a box of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. You have no idea how to play. Still, some of the pictures are cool. Yeah. Unfortunately, when the PJ's Sport card was going out of business, because again, the guy that owned it was kind of an elderly guy, and he had like a tumble or something, and he was in the hospital for a little while. He decided to retire, and so everything must go. And there was like just a random box of cards, just one of these, a long box one, and bought it for a few dollars and just browsed it, and it had a random assortment of Pokemon, Magic, Vanguard, and such. So some of that art is really good. Don't know how to play those, but pretty cool art. So yeah, I don't think this Omen is going to be as useful without the rest of the enchantments going on. Splendent is life gain, Nocturnal is life strategy, Veto, Indulgent, Basri is for counters, Hoplite should have plenty of Devotion to White for Hoplite to do stuff. Patron, if there's counters, but it's still a 4/4 flyer. Removal, Vampire, and Regal. Okay, having a hard time cutting the last things. When Bolas Citadel comes out, it's amazing, but it's 6 mana, triple black. I'm going to be getting life, so paying life to play cards shouldn't be a problem. Out of the card games you played, Vanguard was one of the actual best of learning. From the anime, they actually did right, unlike the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! And the Japanese rulings. That's always interesting that you can actually learn from the anime. There's a Magic the Gathering manga out there that's supposed to be good at teaching people how to play as well. Do we want that Agonizing Remorse? We would look at the opponent's hand and remove something, of course, or the graveyard if they've got Uro in the graveyard. So yeah, that's Thoughtseize modern times. Do we go with 43 cards? I don't think that's so bad to go with 43, but actually, yeah, let's get that Omen like I kept saying I would. And we are at 42 cards. I could live with that, unless there's something glaring that'll really throw off my plan. I kind of keep eyeing Venerable Knight, because it really only synergizes with like the Patron of the Valiant, but if it gets put onto a +1 that has life gain, that's even better. The Regal Bloodlord is a big old 2/4. If anyone sees something else that might be changeable there, they'll probably stick with this 42 cards and go for it. I'm going to take a short break. Keep checking out my build right there. Short break to get a slightly stronger drink, and then we'll see about playing this. And if any of you have any ideas for mini change-ups or whatever, I'll be glad to hear them. But be back just a few minutes. Alright, so let's play this deck. I think it'll work pretty well. Just, however, combine my drink over here. A little black cherry plus another mystery liquid. Pretty interesting. Let's see if that enhances or dehances my gameplay. So let's go for it. Alright, so we've got the Tinker's Cube with a focus on life gain strategies coming up right here. For some good luck, I'll pull another vintage card. Here is another blue card. Here is the Illusionary Terrain. Double blue mana. Speaking of enchantments, cumulative upkeep of 2. All basic lands of one type become basic lands of a different type of your choice. So totally wreck your red opponents by making all of their mountains into plains. You just have to pay cumulative upkeep of 2 every turn. The drawing of maps is fruitless. In the west, near the ice walls, the very earth is formless. Disa the Restless, journal entry before she died. Spoiler alert. So, thank you on the good lucks on that. Let's go for it. I looked up some of the flavor text at one point for those old cards when it wasn't quite defined what the story and stuff was. But I remember back in the day playing, and you know, these names on these cards, Disa the Restless, and you know, so these vintage names. Okay, everything's mono white in my hand here. I go first. I have a turn 1 play. I have a turn 2 play, turn 3 play, and then eventually stuff. So let's see what we can do with this. Let's see if they can't deal with Danitha very well. No free mulligans, so we'll try it out. They have a turn 1 play. Okay, fine. Ooh, I have a turn 3 life gain play there. Okay, let's start off with our full art land. Alright, they're going with Rakdos. Not fun. And as for myself, so you listen to your videos on improving Planeswalker decks while you sew, but you get distracted by your own invented challenge. You try to stare into my eyes and figure out what my setup looks like. So, yep, check it out right there. What do you see as over there throughout my room? Okay, so they're gonna plus X their goblin, I guess. But I'll still be able to kill it, and then I can embalm it later, so I guess I can live with that. Were they trying to scare me? Yeah, so okay, we trade on that. Fine, and then I will get something better next. Okay, there's my swamp. Do we want a 3/3 flyer, or do we want a 2/2 double strike? I think it's more important to save the Angel for having enough mana. So we'll bring out Danitha at the moment. If we lose her, fine. Next turn is a Basri, which will come out. Basri's a lieutenant. Okay, Hanged Executioner, make spirits, pay 4 to exile stuff. Fine. Got some removal. You can already embalm the Anointer. Let's bring out Basri. Basri's a lieutenant. Make that into a 3. 3 for strike. They could pay the full 4 amount to exile Danitha. I'm fine with that. And then we still have our 3/4 lieutenant. Oh, they have their own patron A. Nothing has a counter on it, so GG. Unlike myself. Actually, I'm just going to get rid of it right now, right? And actually, I don't have enough for the Caress yet. Okay, fine. We will do the add a +1 counter to Danitha. That's how you do it. Getting a nice from the opponent. So I'll probably exile Danitha. So behind the curtains, behind the scenes. Yeah, so obviously this is part of the persona at the moment, but I wasn't always using these. Oh man, what is that? That made a whole bunch of goblos. Create 4 goblins. Okay, fine, they're just 1/1s. But anyway, so at a certain point, when I got one of the early access events, I'm like, I'm going to try something unique. And so I started to do this. So when I look back at my older videos, when I wasn't using this motif, I'm like, who is that youngling? But now this is my main. Oh man, one of these Loxos. Okay, fine. That's not good. Okay, well, I'm not getting my 5th land. But I guess set ourselves up for some life gain over here. And they have 1. Well, I can do 2 in the air. With the poker glasses so people won't know what I'm up to. Okay, I got 25 life, and unless their final card is like indestructible, whatever it's called, we should be okay. There's no extra strategies on there, and they have 1 card. It could give everything +1. That wouldn't be good, but let's see. They'll probably trigger that Executioner. Yeah, they've got enough for the Executioner. Okay, this will be kind of cool. Let's bring out. Do I have enough? No, that would be 6. Okay, missing land drops. As long as your life total is greater than your starting point, which it is, all creatures get +1, and then when you attack, everything gets a plus whatever. So there they go. They're gonna Hanged Executioner to something. Maybe the Angel. There's a lot of good targets. What are they gonna hit? Well, guess we'll just go with the air. I'll just gang up on the lieutenant. And Danitha's first strike, so all of this gets me +3. If I get my next swamp, I'll be able to remove, I don't know, a flyer. Okay. Sure. And I guess double block with those 2 spirits or something. Okay. Tanatha lives. And I lose 1. Okay. I guess that wasn't my best strategy, but at least remove that Executioner. Actually, all of my flyers, so Watley. Yeah. What does she do again? Create a 3/3. Sure. And eventually plus X, divide it as you choose among any number of target whatevers. Okay, there's my swamp. I have no more flyers, so that's Zendikar Vampire, but that's a big old 5/5. We could triple block the lieutenant. At least I'll remove some of their creatures. They could also block with the dinosaur. 26 life if all my stuff dies. If I go with a big old attack and all my stuff dies, I'm gonna have like 30 life, so I think I'll be okay eventually, right? What's my win condition? What's my way out? They have 1 card left. They can do a -X. They have a wider... They're way wider than me. Wider. So... yeah, I think 30 life will... 31, 30, whatever X life I'm getting will be enough to hold them back. They're going to have 1 card in hand. They're going to be top decking. I'm going to have 2 flyers coming in soon, I hope. You're going to have to commit a lot of resources taking Danitha down, so... And then they'll top deck a pacifism, and then it's game over, right?
Their strength is your strength.
+2, gain life equal to the greatest power. So that was a +3. Sure. Alright, so they're going to go in there with their flyers. Fine. I was going to say it seems to be pausing for a moment, so okay. We got instant. Sure. Swamp, sure. Zendikar Vampire. Gain some more life. Or they might eventually figure out to triple block or something. Yep. Even if they triple block, they're still probably... oh, okay, they're going to gain off of that. So they'll just keep plussing Watley to gain 3 life. Indulging Patrician at the beginning of your end step if you gained 3 life. Okay, if I can get the Patrician out and Danitha lives, that'll win the game, because if you gained more than 3 life, the opponent loses 3 life. They're at 2. So if Danitha can live and not be pacified, this will be GG. And I don't think they can do 32 points of damage. Okay, they're passing. Okay, I guess this is GG. Hopefully. Unless we get something like Settle the Wreckage, which I don't doubt is in the format, but let's see. Okay, so here's possibly GG. It is pausing for their final card. Don't stick around too much to read it, please. Just see that it's a 2/5. Okay, gaining life. Let's see, we got this. Blocking the flyer, fine. Double blocking, whatever. And one single block on that. That's more than 3 life. As long as the Indulgent Patrician lives until the end of the turn. Until, yeah, trigger whatever. End the turn. Still pausing on something. End the turn. Gain 3 life. Or actually, wait a minute. Yeah, where's my math? How did they gain that life back? How did they gain that life back? Oh yeah, what did I do my math wrong? I thought they were at 2 life. Well, there goes my win condition. Yeah, what did I do wrong, team? I thought I had that. Okay. That will deals X damage it deals X damage among any number of target creatures. I think that could still win the game. I'm not going to be able to get through. Yeah, they somehow gained 2, so I don't know how that happened. So Huatli is minus X, deal X damage divided as you choose. So they minused creatures dealt damage, can't block. I don't know what that final little bit of damage was, but anyway, I think this might be also a win condition right here. Stab wound. Minus to a creature at the beginning of their upkeep, lose 2 life. So put it onto their 3/3, which will live. At the upkeep, I think we'll get them. Let me just put some other stuff on the battlefield for them to target, perhaps. When this dies, also they lose 2 life, so let's see. It still has like one thing that it's pausing for, so something. Okay, let's see if the Stab Wound wins it during their upkeep. Maybe they have like that one final. Okay, wait, there we go, upkeep. Oh, there we go. I was worried that they'd have like one final gain 4 life. Healing salve, right? No, that was just 3 life. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure what it was. I have to go back and rewatch it to like, what happened? I thought Danitha was going to deal 5 damage, lifelink of 5, the Patrician gain 3 life, they lose 3 life. They were at 2 life, somehow they lost and gained life and went to 2 again. Killed the Patrician. And then I top decked that Stab Wound, minus to a creature, and then 2 damage to the opponent on their upkeep. So that's it right there. Yay, we got it. Okay, there's 1 so far. Clearly this deck is amazing, so let's go to the next one. Before that, actually, let's jump in and see another one of these vintage cards. That's what got us to win, to look at a vintage card from 20 years ago. Let's look at another one. So here we have the something veteran, something veteran's voice. 1 red mana. Oh, with this classic Andy Rusu Andy Rusu art. This artist did very little art in the world of Magic, actually. Like three arts. We'll look it up. 1 red mana, veteran's voice. Enchanted creature, aura. Play on a creature you control. 0. Tap enchanted creature. Give any other creature +2/+1 until end of turn. So you tap one of your own creatures to give another creature +2/+1. Pretty cool. Teach by example. If your students did not survive, they were not worth the lesson. General Varchild. Ooh, General Varchild. She's so vicious. So, yeah, classic From Alliances, 1996, Andy Rusu art. They did the what's it called? Like Lost Order of Yarkeld. I love that one. But let's look up this one just for the modern veteran's voice. What is the modern interpretation? Oh, what is that art? This is the one that I had. This is the one that I had for 20 years, and now I see that there's an alternate art that I never knew of. I never have seen that art. This is the one that I've seen all my life. But Andy also did this other one of these two guys hanging out. Good soldiers rely first upon their training, then upon their instincts. Yeah, do I not have that card ever? I do not remember that card at all. We gotta consult the archives. I've got to look that up right now. Do I not have that? Because I know I've got the one with the guy's back turned. And here's my set of alliances. So this is red. Veteran's voice. I do have one copy. I do have one copy of it here, but I have like no recollection because the one with the back turned is the one that I've seen and remember my whole life of playing Magic, but I don't remember the two guys hanging out, the two bros hanging out version until I suddenly saw it right here. So that's weird. I suddenly felt like I fell out of time or something. Speaking of which, look who has also fallen out of time. The kitty is here to come to say hello again. He never comes by, but he wanted to come to hang out, and he's been a little frisky earlier that I didn't feed him in the right order. I fed him the dry food first, and then the canned food, and he's all confused because it's always about feeding him with canned food and then dry food. Or else, you know, it's a cataclysm if I don't feed him the right way. So here he is hanging out, and he's going to help me play some Magic. So anyway, we'll look at one more thing, then we'll get back to the gameplay. I wanted to check here. You have one of those laying around somewhere. See which version you have. There were two versions, right? See which one you have. If I didn't have it, you would send it to me. No worries, it's in there, apparently. Your cats are part of the first cake you made today. Your cat ate part of the first cake? Which part of it? Were you able to just like smoothen it over with a little bit more icing and it's okay? So yeah, the food pain, you know, if you don't do things the right way, then it's all a catastrophe. The last thing I was going to look at was this artist. Like I said, I don't think this artist did very many. Oh, actually they did 15 cards. I don't know why I thought it was like 4 cards. Because the one I always remember, I remember Goblin Balloon Brigade, but I never associate that card with that artist. But this artist has like that like medieval woodcut sort of style. Check out all of these completely extinct cards. Barktooth Warbeard, just a plain old 6/5 for 7 mana. Bartel Runax. Bartel Runax cannot be the target of enchant creature spells. So it's got Shroud from auras. Attacking does not. Oh, and it has also vigilance. So Shroud from auras, Shroud, because you can't do it for yourself too, I guess, and vigilance. Jacques Levert, all your green creatures gain +0/+2. The one I remember is that Lost Order of Yarkeld and the Kildoran Home Guard. Those are the two that I definitely remember from Ice Age and Alliances. And they did mostly a lot of these from Legends. Rasputin Dreamweaver. Oh yeah, Rock of Care Ridges. Sir Chandalar of Everin. Oh yeah, Tobias Andrion, I remember that one. That was a common legend Right? That was a common legend in Chronicles. No, it was uncommon, but I had so many of them. It felt like common. Oh, Viavectus Asmati, and then the two veterans' voices. So yeah, Andy Rusu, classic artist from back in the day, has not created magic art since 1996. This Kildoran Home Guard is the last magic art they ever created. Gerard of the Closed Fist. Still, the cake is locked in a room for the night. You have to protect those cakes. The top, it was a domed top that you planned on cutting off anyway. Okay. Well, they got a little bit of cake. They were trying to confirm, is the cake a lie? And it wasn't a lie. But now you gotta keep it under lock and key, or you'll have more cat shenanigans. Alright, let's see how well we can do with another of the life gain. Oh, we got more of the life gain strategy this time. We've got Veto, we've got Daxos, we've got Indulging Patrician, Stab Wound, okay. That's the type of art you like from back in the day. Yeah, isn't that classic, like medieval illuminated manuscript style? That Lost Order of Yarkeld, and then the flavor text. Let us remember brave Yarkeld and his troops, who perished in the Arakar wastes so long ago. Halvar Aronson, Kildoran priest. Kaja Foglu, yeah, her art was really cool. I actually, they had a Kickstarter. Phil and Kaja had, or Kaya had a Kickstarter, and I'll pull it up on the web browser, but I backed it, and what it was they were going to reprint their, oh man, they were going to reprint their, okay, I can live with that. They were going to reprint some of their vintage art as playmats. So, stab wound, amazing. And so I ended up getting one of the playmats reserved, and they reprinted things like, I believe they reprinted her Bird Maiden Millstone. She did the original Millstone. She did a bunch of great stuff. Kismet, I forget which ones they reprinted, we'll see, but she did, of course, Kismet, and Bird Maiden. They reprinted, she also did Sorceress Queen, Coffin Queen, and Phil also did a bunch of really cool, oh man, Erebos. Okay, well at least it doesn't have, Devotion. But I guess what I need to do here, they seem to be playing mono black, which I'm sure means there's going to be removal. So if I bring out some bait for them to remove before the good stuff, that'll be able to block the army. Yeah, I like the Bird Maiden art a lot. It was only ever printed. It was printed in a few core sets. It was printed in Arabian Nights, of course, and then Arabian Nights and 4th edition. I think even up to 5th edition. Ooh, there's the Hoplite. Let's set ourselves up for some life swap shenanigans, plus their own Dreadhorde invasion is going to be slowly diminishing them, which then I need removal for when it gets when that becomes a 6/6, then it gets lifelink. So that needs to get removed. Hopefully next week you'll get your first anniversary Calico Keep playmat. It's a limited edition. That's pretty cool. Do they also they're playing Orzhov actually. So that's pretty cool. Do they did they also do some sort of Kickstarter or anything like that to another Hanged Executioner A? Well, no removal. Okay, let's do one of these actually. So if I attack with everything, that'll give me +2, which will then +1 everything. Yep, back to 20 life total. I gained life somehow. Oh yeah, I gained life from the bravery, so that's going to be some life damage there. I'm really bad at remembering the opponent's names and stuff, or even noticing until the last minute. And I just noticed the opponent is named Chutney Pot. So, anyone have any chutney recently? I haven't had any for a while. I haven't had any chutney for a while. It feels like years? Well, maybe not years. Maybe I got some, like a basic chutney at. Aw man, there's another 3 damage for you, 4 life, and then your own Dreadhorde is gonna keep you back. Down to 3 life, so they've got to spend their life. They've got to spend all their life on that Hanged Executioner to take out my veto, and then I've still got 2 flyers, which is still gonna be damage, so we probably won't attack with that 4/4. Ashley, whoops, we got your message. Did your cat run across the keyboard? Yeah, there we go, the demon cat, like I thought. Okay, so here we go. Maybe time to wrap up the game here. They need 6 mana in total. If let's just do a shock and awe of it right here. Oh, that's not even going to be that impressive. I was going to say the Reverend. We'll just go with the... Oh, I guess we can do it. Okay, I guess it will be kind of impressive. The Hoplite will make me a bunch of those, gain a bunch of life, gain a bunch of life off of that. They have 1 blocker. They're down to 1 life, and then their own Dreadhorde Invasion will kill them. Well, they actually have 1 black. Mana open. Oh, Erebos. They're not going to do Erebos, of course. And then the final damage. There we go. Life gain for the win again. That was definitely the stereotypical classic cat running across the keyboard. I thought you were saying like, yeah, like you were freaking out in terms of like something cool happened. I'm like, I haven't done anything yet, but thanks for the vote of confidence. But yeah, okay, life gain wins that again. Their own Dreadhorde Invasion. Well, if my own Patrician hadn't done the final damage, their own Dreadhorde Invasion would have done that fun final point of damage. You know, you live by the invasion, you die by the invasion. Savvy Hunter, that's a good card. Makes tokens, and then sacrifices tokens, food tokens for cards. The deck seems to be working well. Cool, okay. Let's go to the next one. Actually, wait a minute, we were going to take a quick look at the... What was it called? Folio... I'll just look that up that way. Folio Kickstarter. The Folio Portfolio. Missed out, click here. Okay, so they raised $146,000. They were trying to raise $14,000. And that is some amount of magnitude more that they earned out of 1,700 backers. Phil and Kaya together illustrated 117 cards, and here's a list of all of them right here. Some classic ones that we will get lost in looking at. Basil Throw. But then the professor also mentioned them a while ago. And then the Coffin Queen. So they did the classic what's it called, Pyroblast versus Hydroblast, and they combined it together. Never before they combined that art together. It wasn't originally designed as combined, really, but they combined it for this Kickstarter. We have Eureka, Goblin King, what's that one called? Humility or something? Millstone. They did Mirror Universe. They did all of the Mishra's factories. Winter, Summer. They did it in a special combined all four at once as well. Mazer's Workshop. Presence of the Master. The only real person in a Magic card, kind of. Well, they did those ones where they recently, where they painted one of the World Championships' likeness on a card. But back in 1994, Albert Einstein, Presence of the Master, was on a card. What did that card even do? Presence Mass. Presence, there's... Oh, they reprinted Presence of the Master, huh? The original. While Presence of the Master is in play, any new enchantments are countered. Oh, a counter spell built into a white enchantment? And the current wording. Whenever a player plays an enchantment spell, counter it. So, I never knew that this was reprinted. Cool art by... who's this? Ciruello. Never heard of that artist before. They did 27 cards back in 7th edition, Urza's Saga Exodus. Remote Isle. Peace to all, peace be all. There's Shahrazad, reprinting that one. There's Sorceress Queen, Lifelink. Lifelink? Lifegain? What was that one called? Lifelink, right? Sulphurous Springs, Swords to Plowshares from Ice Age. I forgot which one I picked. I had a hard time either picking Swords to Plowshares or Lifelink. It's called Lifelink, right? It's not called Lifelink. Lifegain? What's that one called? Spirit Link. That's what it's called. Spirit Link. Which gives life gain, kind of. So, yeah, this is, from 4th edition. This is like one of these cards that is just like in my memory about like, wow, what is this game? What is this art? Like, white themed decks were the first decks that I remember playing, and for each 1 damage enchanted creature deals, gain 1 life. So I would love to play this on my various decks. I don't remember the full decks, but I remember this card, and I've got my copy somewhere with the edges all messed up. And this was one of the ones that I loved playing. I regret feeding Karvik's hunger for power, for better to live with animals, innocent of such ambitions. Jolriel. Karvik and Jolriel are still talked about nowadays. Actually, this is the 7th. This is the 5th edition printing. Get that out of here. I'm talking about the 4th edition. Where's 4th edition printing? There we go. 4th edition. Without flavor text. Gain 1 life for every 1 damage target creature deals. You may gain more life than the toughness or the total life of the creature or player damaged by the creature Spirit Link enchants. So really wordy, but nowadays it's life link basically. Your favorite classic white enchantment is Spirit Loop. Let's look up Spirit Loop. Spirit Loop. Pretty epic art from Time Spiral. Enchant creature you control. Whenever enchanted creature deals damage, you gain that much life. When Spirit Loop is put into a graveyard, return it to its owner's hand. Ooh, so you never lose it, right? Unless it gets exiled. So this is obviously the strictly better Spirit Link. Spirit Link, Spirit Loop obviously makes sense. And then it's in Time Spiral, so they were upgrading things. Seems to lag a little. No worries. I thought of it kind of right away. Kind of. No, Spirit Link is what you meant. Misremembering it. So it is. So Spirit Link is like the newer Spirit. Spirit Loop is the new Spirit Link. So Spirit Link, you can put it on the opponent, but Spirit Loop only on yourself. Okay, so you can do some interesting shenanigans. Yeah, put this onto their Leviathan, and when they attack you with that 10-10, you gain 10 life. So that's fun. I see that Spirit Loop is limited to your own creature. So that's interesting. Yeah, pretty cool. Alright, let's get back to the game. We'll reminisce on memory lane a little bit more. Good old Fruit Loop, Spirit Loop. Alright, we got 2 wins so far. That's 1,000 gold plus 3 cards, one of which will be rare. Let's see if we can keep this... Actually, let's... Should we just keep going as is or look at the deck one more time? We're at 42 cards, right? 42, 43. I don't want to get paranoid and think, can it win even better if we remove 2? Nah, let's not get paranoid. Let's play it a little bit more, and then when we lose 1 time, we'll get paranoid. Sladis is the opponent. Seems to be working fine. Let's keep it going. Okay, got the removal right there. Danitha and huge stuff, so let's see how that goes. They go first. So, going with some green. Vicious Offering is instant. Celebrant. When it dies, it deals 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Okay. Ooh, Agonizing Remorse. Actually, let us look at what we're up against. Hazoret. Swaggering Corsair, Phoenix Ash, Omen. Okay, that Azaret really won't do much until they empty their hand, but it's a 5/4, so let's get rid of it. Next turn they have enough for their Phoenix. Then I need to Vicious Offering something, but that Phoenix will keep coming back. That deals 2 damage. Oh man. Okay, so that Forge will take out my Danitha. Corsair, it comes in as a 3/3. Comes in as a 3/3 if they attack, which they will. So they're definitely going to attack next turn. They're going to come in with a 3/3 Corsair. And they're going to be able to take out my Danitha. So we're going to take a few lumps here. But we'll see how if we get back a little bit of life. It's a life gain deck. They're aggroing us, so we'll see how this goes. Attack with everything. They're looking at everything. Uh-oh, are they thinking? Oh no, they're saying there's no Settle the Wreckage here. Maybe if I hold off a little bit. much is this going to be? That's going to be 5 damage. Then they could do 2 more damage with that Forge. Then they hopefully don't have anything amazing for their last card. So, okay, we'll just take a bit more damage. Hopefully they get greedy. And they do the 5 damage from those, and then 2 more damage from that Forge, and then my Danitha is safe. Or if I get the 5th land, no, I'll put up the Thrill Possibility. Not good. Yeah, I think they've out-aggroed me. I'm gonna have to bring out Danitha. I could bring out the Venerable Knight and then they'll instantly kill it just because there'll be a creature there. And then she'll live, maybe. Let's see if they fall for the bait. Let's see if I pass my turn and think I'm going to end my turn and then they'll fry it. No. Okay, so we'll take out Danitha. That will get fried. Hopefully then get my 5th land and then I can bring out Regal Bloodlord or Reverend Hoplite. Maybe the Hoplite, that'll give me a few items. I mean, that'll give me a few creatures from the Devotion. We'll see. They don't have enough. They need to escape with 3. Yeah, like I said, they're going to hit that. That's going to be enough to escape, actually. Alright, so what we need is that next... We need that next mana. Hopefully a black mana, so we can get Zendikar Vampire. Let's see what we get. They have enough for that Ash upgrade. Alright. We need to get 1 more mana or it's concession because they have everything that they need. Well, that gives us that. This is still game over because they're just gonna haste out their Phoenix, so GG opponent. They aggroed it a little too much. Hey there, Elia Kim's neck. Sorry you came in when I lost here. We were doing okay, but the opponent was just a little bit too aggro. They had the burn and speed and everything, and I don't know, we started a little bit slow. So they were going to bring out their Resurrected Phoenix in the air, and I didn't have anything to do with it in the air. I didn't have the double black for the Zendikar Vampire, and even if I blocked that in the air, they still had 2 on the ground, so there was no way around it. Alright, so here we've got... I feel like the opponent has been going first a lot, right? Is it just me, or has the opponent been going first every time? Got another red player. They didn't put it out as a raid creature. Let's take a look at their hand. Emissary and Timely. It's going to explore. They're going to hold off on those Timelies until the right time. If I get double white, well, if I get 1 more plains, what I'll do, that's not a plains, okay, never mind. So, doesn't really look like they have burn, so their first strike won't matter against my 2/2. Yeah. Alright, double black. Alright, let's get some damage in here with an Exert. Bring in a blocker if that dies. If anything dies, actually. Got some of that going on. So if they attack with that knight, I'll +1 over to give the +1 over to the walker. Okay, so they're waiting for that. Okay, that's a sorcery. Okay, so is there anything bigger that would be more problematic to hold on to that Heartless Act? But I will get 1 more mana and be able to caress it, so let's get rid of that first strike. That's some life action happening. Target player loses 1 life. Okay, I have to pick it, I guess. And then attack with that. That probably won't get blocked. There we go. Have enough for those reinforcements. Okay, back to 20, sure. And a Firebrand, whoops, they're gonna tap their Firebrand to kill my artist. But they lose a life on that first. Target player, I wish it was any target. So they're gonna hit that, fine. And I'll put that onto... Oh, lose a life on that. And I'm gonna... Oh, actually, it's a knight, so it would only put it onto a knight. Whoops, never mind. I kept thinking that it was gonna put that +1 onto anything. Put it on the knight. Anyway, okay, missing the freaking land drops. Okay, let's hopefully get that land drop. Looking at my graveyard, they have 6 mana. I'm still stuck on... How many do I even have here? I have 4 mana in total, they've got 6. Okay, there we go. Let's bring out this vampire. Exert this. 3 damage. So let's see if Zendikar Vampire can ride. Oops, that's a Blade Wing, but I have enough to take it down, so I should be okay. Oh, I can banish it. Let's again send life and get rid of this and have them rage quit because that's a lot of mana for a dead dragon. And then in the air, 4 damage on that. And then I have the banishing light ready for another big thing. Goblin instigators, whatever. Attacking everything, no problem. Okay. Double white Daxos. I think for the Reverend to be impressive, let's get more devotion. Exert that, attack that. 2 life left. Okay. Do they have like a Sweltering Suns or something? That would still trigger the Blood Artist if they have some sort of damage board wipe or something. If they have any board wipe, my artist would still wipe it out, I think. Wipe them out. If they don't have an answer for 1 flyer right now this turn, well, I guess in response, we'll get a Johnny. Okay. Doesn't do any removal.
Our kinship ensures our victory.
This Ajani puts a +1 counter on 2 creatures. -2 returns a little thing. Oh, they're returning a little thing. Okay, fine. I guess they're going to hit the... Sack that Firebrand to deal damage to the art. That's going to be 2 damage. 2 things are going to die. 2 things are going to die. Yeah, so... Whoops. That's the thing that still, how does that even make sense? The thing died, so how can its trigger still happen even though it died? I know that in real life we've had issues where like I'm gonna murder your thing before the thing happens, but in response I'll do that, but in response I'll do that. So this is still on the stack, I guess, even though the thing got removed. I would have thought in real life, like, yeah, I killed the thing, so it doesn't happen because it's dead. But I guess technically on the rules it does happen. So okay. Opponent, Confusion. I swear that's the first time I even saw the name, so that's what I'm saying, that I sometimes don't even notice their names. But that's funny. Confusion. Hilarious. So, okay, got a victory there. And the opponent misplayed a little bit right there at the very end, but I had my removal and all of that, so I think that went well. Alright, at this point it is 2,000 gold and 3 cards. One will be rare. If it has a trigger, it acts like a stack. It goes on the stack. I know that it does, but I would still think like, okay, sure, but the object that triggered it is no longer existent, so why would that still be on the stack to resolve? But there's several things that playing Arena, because it helps you on things, has been useful, like that one oh, this is something I didn't play it on stream. This was very shameful. I tried to enchant my own Fibblethip, and I did it like twice. And that one was, whenever it becomes the target of a spell, shuffle it back to your library. So from your opponent, if your opponent tries to murder Fibblethip, it'll just go back to the library. But then if you try to enchant your own Fibblethip creature, it'll go back to the library. So that was a shame concede on my part, because I forgot. And I think I did it twice, but not on stream, so it never happened. Let's look at one more vintage card, and then we'll go on to another game. Let's look over here somewhere. Actually, let's kind of look over here on the greens. Here's a card. Gorilla Pack. 3, I think it's 3+1 green, 2+1 green. Gorilla Pack, pretty cool art there. Summon Gorilla Pack. Gorilla Pack cannot attack if depending player controls no forests. Berry Gorilla Pack, destroy with no chance of regeneration if you control no forest. Doesn't that mean forest? No, that's forest home, right? If you don't have any forests, destroy your own creature. If they have forests, actually cannot attack if defending player controls no forest. So it's a 3/3 for 3 mana. But the catch is the opponent has to have forests or it cannot attack. We learned this at a dear price. Once you cross the Great River, get through the Yavimaya Forest at top speed. Disa the Restless, journal entry. So this is what I remember from back in this set about the Disa's journal entries. It was just like so cool about like someone is writing about traversing, the continent of Tertiaire during the Ice Age, and writing all about it. Spoiler alert, something happens in Alliances to her. But just like the flavor text and the art of these. Who's the artist on this again? Anthony Waters. Pretty cool, tough looking gorillas. When I ref gotta be on it because of stuff like that, helps when you are on the ref's packing. Yeah, they're there to kind of help out. The last guest I had on my podcast this past Friday, Will Hargett, he's a Magic judge. He's been a Magic judge for a year now. So of course I challenged them on the podcast. How does banding work? So if you haven't heard the podcast, go to the YouTube or SoundCloud, Spotify, Google Play, Apple Podcasts, wherever podcasts are found. Search VM Campos. Check out my Magic podcast. Comes out every Friday. And I had Will on it, and he's played on tournaments throughout the US, and he's played since 2013, I believe, and he's a Magic judge. So I quizzed him on how banding works. I also quizzed him on Rampage, and we had a fun time. So listen to that episode. We also talk about the new cards, Zendikar Rising, and so forth. Thinking of vintage cards, your favorite enchantment in green-red is Armadillo Cloak. You can technically stack other life gain abilities. Armadillo Cloak is one of those weird ones, right? That is sort of like life gain, life link, but kind of, sort of. Armadillo. How many armadillos exist? Just one. Armadillo Cloak. You know, it's the classic, yeah, it's armor, but it doesn't protect everything. So, Enchantment Aura. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +2 and has trample. Whenever enchanted creature deals damage, you gain that much. Deals damage. So you could also do some ability, you could do a fight ability where you have this creature deal damage to another thing, and that's damage, right? Whenever enchanted creature deals damage, you gain life. So it's something about, well, there's the first Armadillo Cloak. What is, I can't even tell what this is. Oh, it's like someone rolled up like an armadillo going down a hill. Whenever enchanted creature deals damage, you gain that much life. Don't laugh, it works. So yeah, I think technically that Armadillo Cloak, yeah, it does stack and do other weird things, because lifelink on lifelink does nothing. But technically the way this is worded is it can have multiple instances of life gain. Kids keep asking about banding. Well, make a great banding deck and then trounce them with it, and then they'll learn what banding is. You know, the best mechanic that is extinct, and I'm still surprised they never reprinted it in the last master sets. So yeah, Armadillo Cloak. I feel like someone that I knew. I feel that someone played it. You know what? I think Quentin played it in his commander deck. What was that one commander? That one commander that has Shroud, and then of course it was a Boggles deck, so as soon as you get the commander out, he started stacking a bunch of things on it. I of course happen to have a bunch of Liliana's Triumphs in the deck and Edict effects that didn't target, and board wipes, so but I do believe I remember that one was in the deck. You built an Encore deck last week as a throwback. What's Encore? Is that's a bunch of types of creatures, right? The Encore creatures? It's not like one. Yeah, it's a bunch of these. Outrider, Nomad, Shaman, etc. That's cool. So then what era of Magic is your era, Ashley? These are all from Time Spiral, Stronghold. What's your era of Magic? What's the era when you first started playing? These are a bunch of different sets. So for the first one over here is Stronghold, this little gate. This one over here is Tempest Remastered. And we've got Time Spiral, the little clock. Tempest Remastered. So I think these are originally from Tempest, right? Stronghold and such. So this is from way back in 1998. These were all collected from a comic shop nearby. It's a bummer, but they really need to bring back Rampage. Imagine that with Mutate. Yeah, I know, like, why is Rampage so confusing to people? Let's look at everyone's favorite Rampage card, Tika's Dragon. Flying, Trample, Rampage 4. And it even explains it on the card, unlike the old Rampage cards. For each creature assigned to block it beyond the first, this creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn, so it's Rampage X. So this is a 5/5 flyer with trample. Artifact, it's just 9 mana. And if more than one creature blocks it, it gets +4/+4 for every blocker beyond the first. So yeah, Rampage isn't so tough. It'd be great to put it onto some great Mutate creature. You started in 2012. Your husband built you a blue-white deck with 5 of the Power 9 to trick you into loving. I would definitely be tricked into loving Magic if I had Power in my decks in the beginning. Then he took the deck away and made me build your own from your own collection of, common cards, right? Draft chaff and all of that. But hey, you learned, and then now you can go toe to toe, I bet. Okay, let's get back to the game. Let's see if we can keep this winning roll going. It's we're on a roll except for that one loss, which doesn't even count, right? Because it was aggro. That doesn't count. No one likes aggro. Okay, so we got the removal, we got that remorse. Again, the opponent has gone first almost every time that I've played. Right? Is it just me? But anyway, I got a turn 1 Leonin, a turn 2, if I get a swamp, remorse. Got a banishing light. That one loss does not count, I know it. Okay, so they are going with green. I'll probably be safe over here. They give Tika's Dragon, Venom, and Lure. And it's got Trample, so that's even better. Lure so that they... Oh man, we got a Kavu here. So anyway, Lure to make them attack. Everything attack. And then Venom to give everything Ancient Death Touch. The only problem is that it's a flyer, right? So, where is my black mana? Okay, now I could either banish the Kavu or banish their mana ramp. They probably put the mana ramp out there because they're playing multicolor shenanigans. So probably that'll be the way to destroy their plans. Unless they happen to have, disenchant or something. Aggro doesn't count. Okay. Salvala, she's good, right? Whenever another creature enters, you may draw a card. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield, its controller, oh, that counts me too. Card's a card. If its power is greater than each other creature. Okay, so I have to bring in big things. And then add X in any combination. Okay, I guess. So if they summon a 3/3, then they draw a card. If I summon a 3/3, I draw a card. I'm not getting any swamps, so you'll see. You'll see when I eventually get my swamp. So what do we have to be worried about here? Whenever another creature enters, its controller may draw a card if it's big. Okay, Luna, that's what we're worried about. Add X in any combination. Okay, so we're gonna have a hard time dealing with this because now that's a whatever. The world you're playing over is your least favorite. Yeah, people have been saying that it is definitely 0 out of 5 stars. It definitely, okay, there we go, but still not good enough. Guess we got a agonizing memories because I'm sure they're gonna have other amazing stuff to mutate onto it, and -2 isn't gonna be too useful. So that's a 7/7 with vigilance. So we need one of the many removal that we've got in the deck. Oh, yeah, that's see exactly. We don't need them to have black board with Reforged. So they're gonna proliferate though, so it's gonna be a lot of that. I don't think we're gonna make it on this one either. This wasn't aggro, it was just very, very well crafted with that mutate. They somehow were able to, and then they get 1,000,000 mana here, somehow. And so they're going to proliferate everything. They still have a lot of mana. Draw another card. That's why Solval was good. And then Avantris. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to recover from this. Yep, they have way too much. They they put everything. I don't know, that doesn't even synergize, but that mutate really, really helped them. I guess if I hadn't exiled their mana rock, I would have been able to exile that mutate creature, because when it mutated, it got 2 more creatures out of the battlefield, so that was a misplay, I guess. You're proud of yourself today. You finally tackled on learning sculpting in your program, the Blender. Been a fun start journey, a lot easier than box modeling. So that one's sculpting. How does... Okay, so I get to go first, finally. How does... So you're saying it's sculpting instead of box modeling. So you... You're able to kind of like push and pull shapes, I guess? Is that what sculpting would be in the program? Okay, we'll have a little removal here just in case, and then a stab wound as well. Well, I hope you share some of the things that you're creating for us to check out. Feel free to put it on the Discord as well if you want. And it's cool to see your progress on things. Okay, so this deck's totally a dirtle around deck until something cool happens, I guess. Mine is not at the moment aggro enough, but I guess on Sarah's Wings will help. Ah, they missed a land drop, so okay. Well, let's do it like this. It's still only a 3/2 though. Chromatic Lantern, okay. Don't have any counters, but again, let's just aggro this, unless there's a board wipe. There's probably a board wipe coming soon. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 mana in total. That's 4 mana board wipe, one of those. Okay, no big deal. We'll do a big combo right here. Bring out this 2/1, and if it dies, it does stuff, and then whoops, it's gonna die. So we'll kick it, target a creature, then sacrifice a creature. Double value. For a life. You're off to bed, the kids have fun kicking it, and I'll hopefully catch next weekend. Going on vacation Saturday. You'll be out of action for a while. If you'd like to share where you're heading off to, it sounds pretty cool, so enjoy your time off. Cartouche. Enjoy your time off on that, and vacation and so forth. And thanks for hanging out as usual. And hey there, Shaisha Rayach, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the stream. We're playing some Tinkerer's Cube. It's going pretty well. And appreciate you coming over to see how all of this goes. Tell us about your favorite Magic set or card or whatever you'd like. But anyway, thanks Ashley as well for stopping by. You should share a picture of the cake on the Discord, especially when it had a bite by the cat, right? Okay. It's a 2/3. They have 2 mana left over. They can also crack their prism for whatever reason, and they don't have that. So, okay, they're gonna block the 4/4, take 3 damage. Going to the mountains in Virginia. You should know her, Kasia. Get back after you refill your soul in the woods. Yeah, nice decompression from everything, civilization, and social media and all that stuff. Uh-oh, cutthroat, but it's on the ground. My things are not on the ground, so take that out, drop that, and then one more flying creature. Would have been nice to have the final black mana for the Citadel with 37 life. That is hilarious. I'm going to screenshot that. 37 life versus 1 life. And of course, they have every mana color that they need, so that could be worrisome. And they've got a lot of cards in hand, but actually they're gonna draw 2 cards, so I think they're really digging. They only got 2 lands left. They're gonna attack with that, so we'll let them get their hit in and then they'll concede, right? I don't want to good game them, but there we go. Alright, Danny. Danny says we gotta go. Any Ramones fans out there? That is a Ramones lyric. Okay, so keep the train going here. Escape velocity. Okay, up to 4 wins. That's going to be 3,000 gold plus 3 cards. Cool. Going well so far. Okay, so a little pause for a another vintage card. So my most popular video. You'll send a cake shot once you get it on once you get Discord. Okay, we'll look for it out there. This deck is doing pretty well. Yeah, have a great night. Have the last thing that you see on stream here be Chub Toad. Have a good night and dream of the Chub Toad with its nursery rhyme. Chub Toad at the door. Run away quick or you'll run no more. Traditional children's rhyme. Sure. So, Chub Toad, it's the classic. Let's get focused on this. Yeah, it's real cute. It looks like an ancient Gitrog monster. So, Chub Toad, it's the classic 3 mana. This is from Ice Age, 1996. This cake looks yummy. Yeah, look right there. See, holding it up right there. That's the top of the cake right there. So this is from 1996, Ice Age, 3 mana, Summon Toad. Chub Toad gets +2/+2 until end of turn, end of turn, when blocking or blocked. So it's a 1/1, but when it attacks and it gets blocked, it becomes a 3/3. Or if someone attacks you and they say they've only got a 1/1, instead you block and it becomes a 3/3 because it blows up. It blows up its, its stomach, bladder, throat thing. Plus it's got spikes. So, Chub Toad, and then that hilarious nursery rhyme. Chub Toad at the door. Run away quick or you'll run no more. You gotta say it very ominous in order to not get scared of it. Alright, so let's go on to the next. On to the next one. Actually, what I was about to say is my most popular video on YouTube is actually a Ramones related video. I have like 1 or 2 Ramones videos on my YouTube, and the most popular of all my videos on YouTube is 101 Totally True Facts About the Ramones. And that has 26,000 views, 139 comments, and 427 likes and 44 dislikes. So, everyone back in the day had at least one Chub Toad. Are we talking about the card or something else? But anyway, yeah, I had a bunch of these Chub Toads. They're like commons, and they gave you one as soon as you walked in the store. But the Ramones video right here, I made this a while ago, 2016, and people loved it because the Ramones are cool. I would say for a long time my favorite band was Nirvana. I grew up with Nirvana in the 90s, and I like the lyrics and the mythology around it and everything and the music. But then sometime in like 2000 or 99 or so, I I had, everyone's heard Ramones songs, Blitzkrieg Bop, whatever, but I think I saw a documentary on VH1 about the Ramones. I'm like, these songs sound kind of cool. And then so I started to pick up the Ramones albums. They had just released the 30th anniversary collection of their first album, and that was 1976. So what is 30 years later after that? 2001, right? 7, 8, 9, 10, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 2001. So in 2001 they released the 30th anniversary. This one right here, actually. Speak of the devil, right here. So over on my shelf on the left over here, I've got, just reaching over there. So this is it right here. So Ramones' first album, but it's the 2001 reissue, which has a bunch of extra tracks. So the original 14 tracks. If you want to focus on Johnny Ramone, please. There we go. So it's got the original 14 tracks, and it's got all these bonus tracks, demo versions of things, the Blitzkrieg Bop single version of it, and which is slightly different than the album version. So I got that, and then started to buy them slowly, basically in order. No, actually, I remember I bought Ramones, the first album from 1976, and then the second Ramones album that I bought was a big jump forward to End of the Century, which is when Phil Spector ruined the Ramones, quote unquote. He didn't ruin the Ramones, he just changed them, but this is definitely a big change from 1976 to 1980. This is a big change in their musical style. And there's a lot of fans out there that, like, their last good album was, what's it called again? A lot of people say that Too Tough to Die was their last good album. But I like them all, even their 80s stuff that was a little more pop and synth than the original punk. But after Nirvana, I started to like Ramones a lot, and then now, perhaps, years later, I might have them tied, or maybe would say Ramones is my favorite band. And if we pan the camera over here, basically all of their albums are right there. So there's a Nirvana albums right there. There's Heisenberg, and then all of the Ramones albums, and then MC Chris over there. So I think I might say Ramones is my favorite band. And then I made that video, 101 Totally True Facts about the Ramones. I was just getting a lot of research from Wikipedia, narrating it and so forth, before I fully got into YouTube a lot, and it's my most popular video. It gets a lot of views all the time, and comments and everything, and just I did one about Nirvana, but it wasn't 101 facts, it was 10 facts or something, and that one doesn't have that many views. 10 totally true facts about Nirvana's Bleach. So I was gonna do one of each. It's only got 44 views. It's not even a year old, but yeah. So that's just some side stuff right there of YouTube behind the scenes. What musical groups, etc. would you all say are some of your favorites? So my top list would be Nirvana, Ramones, Smashing Pumpkins, MC Chris. Who else? Garbage. I like Garbage a lot. I always say if one day Shirley Manson drove by in her limo and asked me to get in, I would ask no questions. Everyone, back in the day had at least one chub to... Oh, I already read that. But yeah, so any favorite bands, any music out there that you all like to share? Okay, so I kept the hand of completely black mana and white creatures, so let's see how much of a mistake this is. Hands down Metallica, very nice. What era? Classic era? Kill 'Em All back then style? Ride the Lightning? Some of the newer stuff. Load, reload, Saint Anger, Death Magnetic. Is that one of the most recent ones as well? Oh man, but still does some damage over there. Reading the card explains the card. Okay, there we go. Nyx Fleece. Okay, that's gonna be the game plan right there. They're living the dream. But how about if something is actually in the air, such as, do we want the which do we want to lose? Which do we care about losing least? Obviously, I want to start attacking with my Sengir Vampire, and I have enough mana for everything. But I guess we'll put some little things as the sort of like target. And Black Sabbath, Blondie, I know she hung out with the Ramones and uh-oh, that's not good. Blondie hung out with the Ramones in the 80s. Ooh, that's fun. But I never quite had the group in mind. I thought it was too disco for my tastes, but I was listening a few of their songs again recently, and oh man, Janna. Yeah, this opponent is totally dumping out their hand. And 6 mana. Okay, no problem. Let's bring out a... We have a 2/3 first strike, but how does first strike work against a 4/4? Now that's about to become big, so I gotta get that. I gotta get out my removal for that big ol' army. Master of Puppets, Ride the Lightning, that sort of stuff. Yeah, back in their early days, early 80s days, definitely. Sacrifice a creature, each opponent does whatever. Okay, no big deal. Are you gonna sacrifice anything else? Not their ram, not their apparition. Well, I guess their apparition, it's not gonna proliferate. Well, yeah, that's gonna proliferate their army. But again, as soon as I get my removal, oh, they're gonna do their army. Okay, that's not so bad. That decreased it down. Okay. 2/4 flyer. Okay, if I attack with my 2 flyers, they don't have enough to double block Drana. They can have shields down. I'll have shields down. They'll attack with their first strike 2/3 and give everything a +1, but I'll have a blocker with Regal Bloodlord, but it'll still trade. Yeah, I guess I gotta still hold back a little bit. Okay, let's I guess just make more flyers so that then the Reverend Hoplite can have a lot of fun. So let's hold off on their flyers and then make more. Oh yeah, that's gonna be some token action right there. Didn't even realize that. Anointed Priest. Whenever a creature token enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life. Oh, I was totally misreading that as when this enters the battlefield, gain 1 life. I completely misread that, but I seem to have some token synergy there. So okay. So okay, they're gonna do some action with that, but that's no card draw. They've tapped out their hand. Guess what I'll do is I'll swing in with that vampire. They don't have enough to double block. I'll have plenty of blockers. Let's see what they do here. So I could plus the angel, but instead they'll do that. Okay. Bring out another air defense. End of turn, make another bat. Gain another life. I think someone might be winning the life gain war over here. I just need my Bolus of Citadel and we're in action. Yeah, that's not really getting you that far by sacrificing that. I think we're just going back and forth at a little bit of life. Okay. 2-3. First strike. Are you sure you want to do that? Nothing's gonna die here except for yours. 2-3 first strike, right? I guess they're gonna sacrifice it to their own Lampid. Now put that multivamp. Having a storm at the moment, so your connection isn't the best. Put in that multivamp. Castle Lochtwain, okay, sure. So they sacrifice their own Drana for no reason, so they have one less flyer. Okay. That patron won't do anything impressive, but it's another flyer, so let's attack with a bunch of stuff in the air. Keep stuff down on the ground and just everything in the air. That hoplite, it has a devotion of 7, so that'll give me 7 triggers off of the priest. Oh, I guess they're doing this big brain play here, sacrificing stuff. Fine. Solve all of that. Next turn. Do that. I'm gonna bring in the hoplite when I've got a little bit more devotion. Kind of greedy here, but that's fine. So gain some life off of that, some more life, some more Dexos. I got the combo going. Their combo of Nyx Horn plus the army is who cares. Oh, Blood Divination. Okay, so they're going to sacrifice that, draw more cards, I guess. Good. Got 3 cards. Hopefully they don't pull anything amazing. Timuret. Okay, that's going to get them life out of my graveyard. Piper, more tokens. No flyers at the moment. Ooh, okay, minus... Can I minus 5? What do I want to remove for 5? Timuret is going to gain them more life. But that's actually an 8, so I can't kill it. But that Lampid is being annoying. That Blood Artist, I think the Blood Artist is part of their combo, so let's get rid of that. If they don't rage quit from that, then we'll applaud them. But there's just a lot of stuff that I want to remove, but I think that's the big combo, so let's get rid of that. And I got a ton of stuff in the air. Such as lethality. So, okay. Counting is a good thing. I didn't see that they were dead on board yet, but okay. After removing the one thing and then doing the counting, I guess there it is. Okay, so yeah, life gain. So that very first aggro deck was too fast for me. The second loss was that really great mutate combo that just like I should have saved my removal for the mutation. And did I not keep a hand that was also kind of bad? What, right? Was it this play or the last play where it was like 3 swamps, but then just white playables? Alright, so we got 4,000 gold, 3 cards, 2 rares, plus an uncommon. What are the next rewards? 5,000 gold. So at this point right here, I I believe at this point I've won back my entry fee. So 5 wins here. Actually, that would be part of the stream challenge of Heptawin. Let's jump over to the stream challenge for a moment. Let's look at the stream challenges. The Pentawin. Achieve 5 wins in a standard event, historic event. Does cube event count? Sealed event. That'll count. Alright, so I'm going to accept that Pentawin challenge. And, oh, okay, I redeemed the 5-hour one already. And 10-hour, where am I at for 10-hour? I'm at 76% completed for 10 hours of gameplay. I don't think I ever get to the 20-hour one that I stream. I play on the side, but not on the stream. So okay, I think I can do the Pentawin. So I want to do a quick synopsis of that. Okay, when I lose, I'll then do that. But all right, so let's go back to some gameplay. I think the good luck of this that's gone pretty well is that I've been kind of showing some fun vintage cards, and here's one that just popped out that I have to show it. This is one of my favorite arts ever, Balduvian Bears, art by Quentin Hoover. I'm pretty sure I've shown this on the stream before throughout the months, but let me focus that. There we go. Balduvian Bears. Yeah, it's 7 maximum. Balduvian Bears. 2 mana for a 2/2, so it's the classic Grizzly Bears, but in the world of Ice Age. They're a hardy bunch, but I'll bet they just slept through the worst of the cold times. Geese of the Restless. So Quentin Hoover, one of my favorite artists. He passed away a few years ago, unfortunately. Within the last 5 years, I think. And I just loved his art. It was always this sort of like cartoony style, with like pastels and Prismacolors, and like, just look at the fur and the strands of hair and the expression and the wrinkled brows and the teeth. So very simple background, very icy background, but very detailed character. So Balduvian Bears. Back when they were, from what I've read about the history of Magic and so forth, Ice Age was one of the first sets that they started to design after Richard Garfield, designed all of Alpha. He got a bunch of friends and they started to design new cards. So Ice Age was going to be the first expansion of Magic. But they spent a long time on it, that instead a whole bunch of others came out first, of course. Arabian Nights, Antiquities, Legends, the Dark Fallen Empires, and then Ice Age, right? So it took a long time. And back then they were also going to be that every set of Magic was going to be different from the original, and it was like they were not going to combine. Any cards from Ice Age would not work with Alpha. Any cards from Arabian Nights would not work with Homelands, etc. In the very beginning, that was the idea, and they were either going to have a different colored back, and it was going to be called Magic Ice Age, Magic the Dark, Magic whatever. It was going to be like very different. That's what Richard Garfield had it in mind at the beginning, but then the other people helping him on the game said, no, make it all compatible and all of that. So like a little bit of that design is still evident in Ice Age, in that some of the basics are still here. We get a Llanowar Elf reprint with Findorn Elves. We get a Grizzly Bear reprint, Balduvian Bears. We get Dark Ritual reprinted as Dark Ritual. We get some functional reprints plus some original, some reprints in Ice Age. So you can sort of play Ice Age in isolation from everything else, whereas other sets you couldn't really play the Dark by itself, and so forth. So that's a little bit of history on that, and I glean all of that knowledge from listening to Mark Rosewater's podcast. Every week he talks about history of Magic, current Magic, people that play Magic, people that make the game in addition to himself. So check out his podcast after you listen to my podcast, of course. So we got the Liliana land. I get to go first. I got the Exerter, the Path, the Hoplite, that. Okay, cool stuff. So let's trick the opponent with a swamp first. Going with blue Shadow Spear. Whoops, that'll be tricky. I guess I'm gonna have to banish something eventually. Turn 3. Okay, that cannot attack, but it can block, right? Can't attack, but it can block. Okay. Beatrice can't block unless you have 4 or more, so eventually they're gonna run out. I can Vicious Offering it. Can't attack. Can't attack unless I have been milled to 7, so I think we can hold off. So I'm going to bring out another creature, then the Path. Or if things get tricky, I can banish Vanishing Light. Heliod, okay. I think that's what I need to exile. Actually, probably I should sacrifice my own feeder to the offering to -5 the gargoyle, and then I'll have safe the light for Heliod. Because anyway, the Nocturnal Feeder will do its damage. I'll probably tap it for one final From Hell's Heart I Stab at Thee, and I lost the land. Okay, fine. They lost the land as well. And then I will exert this. Just for the race, because they have a life gain creature. Mindstone, okay. That means that they are struggling for a little land. Strategic, sure. Bring out that Path, and then I'll have more Devotion. Ooh, actually, let's take a look at what we've got coming up. Enthralling Hold. Uh-oh, that's not good. Bloodthirsty Aerialist, that's not good. So, and the Flux Channeler. I think the Bloodthirsty is worse. So, my creature's still tapped. They're going to be able to steal it next turn, unfortunately. That's not cool. I'm going to steal my own creature and then equip it with Shadow Spear. Yeah. So what do I want to do? Okay, I guess I should banish. I need to banish that Heliod because it's going to start to put counters. As soon as that gains life, it's going to put counters, and then the Flux Channeler is going to proliferate, so that's going to get out of hand. Let's get rid of that Heliod. They're kind of top-decking soon. As for myself, I bring out the Angel, I bring out the Bravery, I bring out the Hoplite. And then hopefully get some more removal. So they'll equip that, start to gain 2 or 3, maybe 4 if they exert it. They probably won't exert it. Have to gain 3 life on that. Channeler, sure. Okay, that'll be a 3/3. Nothing has a counter, so proliferate won't do anything. My own creature. They probably have to exert this to get that Pride Mate to do its thing. Wouldn't it be hilarious that my own creature is going to be my own downfall? And a Mind Stone that they can crack. Instead they're going to duplicate that, okay? Well, it doesn't duplicate the spear, so we'll be okay. Bozzery, okay. Let's... put it on the flyer. I'm going to be tapped out one more turn. So I've got to hit them. Quasi-duplicate needs to be jump-started, so they'll get one more use out of it. Here's Luca's cat. Angel looks cool. When you play it, yeah, it jumps onto the battlefield and sparkles and everything. Okay. Equipping that, I guess that'll get exerted again. That's going to be annoying. Need to exile that spear. Duplicating their Pride Mate. That's a 5/5. Yeah, I'm going to need all my removal here. Even when I get my yeah, so my own creature was my own downfall because it happened to be exerted and tapped at that moment, and then they were able to equip it with the Shadow Spear and do shenanigans, so great. Okay, well, we are at this point where we got some cool rewards, and that's 4,000 gold, 3 cards. Let's see what those are. Claim those. So that's shining, pretty shiny. We got the Dovin's Veto, Do Not Care. We've got the Grand Warlord Rada. What does she do again? She's got Haste, 3/4. Whenever one or more creatures you control attack, add that much mana in any combination of red and or green. Until end of turn, you don't lose the mana. Alright, so whenever you're hasting creatures attack, you get a bunch of mana. And then the Dowsing Dagger. I think that's the very first one I have. I was looking back at my cards about like what sets do I not have, and I think I didn't have any Dowsing Daggers. I don't really think it's that good, but tap it to add 3 mana of any color. First of all, it's an artifact. When Dowsing Dagger enters the battlefield, target opponent creates 2 0/2 plants. So you give your opponent 2 plants. And the equipped creature gets a +2/+1. Whenever an equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may transform. So you could possibly get a land that gives you 3 mana. But this dagger has to deal damage to the opponent in order to do that. And then the funny thing is that it gives the opponent some plants. So unless your creature is a flyer, you're not going to get it through very easily. So you got to do like a turn 1, some kind of flyer, turn 1. Turn 2, the dagger. And then turn 3, equip it. So 3 whole turns to get 1 land that eventually, it's not legendary at least, I guess, that'll give you 3 mana. So that's interesting. And like I said, the when I was looking at my card pool, collection, if I look at Ixalan, not collected, I guess actually more than I thought. I don't know why I thought that there were very few Ixalan cards that I didn't have. Oh, I don't have Gishath. That's a fun one. Primal Amulet. Don't have Legion's Landing. I see people play that so much that I assumed I had it too. Rivals of Ixalan. What I don't have here, anything cool. I don't have a Mastermind's Acquisition. I see people use that one a lot. The Time Master Navigator, the one that would give you an extra turn if you ascend. Galta, well that's... I thought I had a Galta. That's the alternate art Galta. There's the Vraska Scheming Gorgon. Arch of Araska, I thought I had that one. I don't know why I'm having these false memories of cards that I thought I had. Dominaria, I guess it's just a lot of people playing them. Versus Ruinous Blast, Nyambi, that's Teferi's daughter. I never had a Teferi here of Dominaria. Interesting. Helm of the Host. I swear I had these cards, or was this like before the big wipe that happened? Because I know that there was the beta access, and then everyone's accounts got erased, and then they made it public. Was Dominaria part of that? Because I feel like I had some of these cards. Darigaz reincarnated. Anyway, okay, let's do a little bit of other gameplay. I've been streaming 3 hours 46. I'll just probably go to the 4 hours. That's 15 minutes from now. I'll just play a little bit more and then wind it up for the day, because got those rewards, got those cards, a bunch of cool cards to draft, and overall it worked pretty cool. A couple of missteps here and there, that final one, I guess. But let's play a little bit. So if anyone would like to play 1v1, we could do that, or I'll play some of these other modes. Maybe more of that black deck, more of that Underworld's Abyss deck. Yeah, let's play that a little bit more. It's so weird and dumb. Mono black. I had this mono black Devotion deck with Bolus Citadel and Grey Merchant and such. It was never quite amazing, and this deck actually comes from Saffron Olive over at MTG Goldfish. And it's supposed to be a budget deck. Like in real life it's $50, and on Arena obviously it's just the wild cards. It's mono black, it's got removal, it's got a Yara for some life gain, it's got the 2-card win condition, which is Underworld Dreams and then force your opponent to draw cards. But that card draw spell is 7 mana, but you've got the mana ramp with Nyx Lotus, even though I think it's way slower than it needs to be. But once Nyx Lotus is out there, it will make a lot of mana. So the opponent is also playing black. Are we gonna get Agonizing Remorse? Nope. We are gonna Agonizing Remorse them with our own creature. What can we take? Ooh, Thought Erasure. Okay. And they've got the Memory Leak. I guess that's fine. They have the Murderous Rider, so I guess they're gonna want to get back the... Okay, double on that. That's totally fine. Oh, they get to pick. Never mind. I thought it was I drop it. But... do that. They've got the Rider to get back the Remorse, I guess. I mean the Agonizing... the Thought Erasure. They're gonna be able to steal stuff. I have nothing really important in my hand. So with that, okay. Okay, so they've got the Brazen Borrower to bounce back. Do they really want to strike down my freebooter? Now they're gonna want to hit Ayara. Sure. They're out of mana, they take 2 damage, they probably... Okay, I was gonna say they probably won't attack with that, but sure. Let me do 3 more damage to you. Ooh, let me do game over damage to you, perhaps? With a top deck for the ages? Okay, well, that's unexpected, but great top deck. Oh, this is the one that's I forgot. This is the mode that is. Is this the mode that what mode am I even playing? I thought I was playing the best of 1 future league here, but okay, whatever. So, what does the opponent have? They have black cards. So, Duress will be useful. Oh, okay, I'm gonna do a lot of look at their hand shenanigans. So, Duress, Agonizing Remorse, Elspeth's Nightmare. We want to exile those gods. Actually, that won't really exile what we think. But we're going to switch it up. I'm going to take out the main win condition. I don't feel that we'll be able to get to it as easily. It's more about hand disruption and removal instead of the main win condition. Because I need 7 mana for that to happen. So, obviously, I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing, but did any of you notice what game mode did I even pick? I thought I picked the best of 1 core set 21 mode, but apparently I picked some best of 3, which, of course, I prefer to play best of 3, but I thought there wasn't a ladder. Maybe I just picked regular old standard best of 3. Which I didn't want to play because I think current standard is horrible. There's just so many broken cards there that I don't want to look at anymore, so I wanted to play the future standard. Didn't notice which one, yeah. So I didn't know if it was I guess it wasn't the the future standard best of 1. Opponent is furiously sideboarding. There we go, finally on track. Do not get to go first. Duress, double Duress, double Agonizing Remorse. Okay, our deck does nothing, but then neither will... Our hand does nothing, but neither will theirs. So let's see what we get. Alright, we're gonna get that Thought Erasure first, and then we're gonna get the Nicol Bola second. And then they will Rage Quit. And I approve. Oh, we didn't get our second land, so okay, never mind. Is it too much to ask for a second land? I guess we'll get it out of the way this way. They got the counter spell. They don't have any blue mana actually, and still no mana. Okay, I guess that's our punishment for getting an opening hand of so much hand disruption. So let's see if we get our land here. There we go. They won't have a target for their Murderous Rider, so we will take it for ourselves. Just have a lot of removal. So we both went the removal route. If I get my third mana, then I'm able to at least start doing something with Underworld Dreams. Oh man. Okay. Top deck that, I guess. Are they gonna freak out and get my Agonizing Remorse? No, they're gonna go with the Underworld Dreams, because it actually does something. So I know what's in their hand there, and... destroy something or return something. Yes. If they have enough mana for it anyway. Kefnet. They top decked a Kefnet. Okay, this is gonna be slow, I guess, but nah, this will work. Okay, destroy. No, it's just gonna go back to their library. And this is not instant speed, so as soon as they draw that Kefnet, it'll be back, so it's gonna be a stalemate. I'm gonna need that, what do I even need to do to deal with this? Because we already know we've got... well, that's not too much. I'm not getting any land drops, so I'm not going to be able to Erebos' Intervention that very easily. Well, they're going to cast it. I'm going to kill it right away, at least. Although one way to kill it, actually... I'm gonna need 6 mana to minus X it. I guess I've got to use the Rider. So I'm damaging myself more from removing their creature. Alright, 2 more cards until something amazing. Hopefully nothing else amazing comes in. Like another Cry of the Carnarium. Or Extinction Event. They are passing, okay. Clearly they're holding onto a land, and they want me to use my Agonizing Remorse. And I guess I'm fine to do that, because... I guess it's not. Because it paused for a moment. I guess it's not a land. It's one of those, fine. Exile up to twice X target cards. Okay, I guess. That's going to be a distraction. It's going to be annoying that I'm going to get stuff milled, but I'm just going to go for the throat. There's my hasting creature, but I should have more. So again, I'm going to get milled, but I don't care. And I have the minus X for Erebos. Do this on their turn, so let's add the math right. Minus X, so I have 6 mana in total. Yep, so that'll do it here. Plus gain 5 life off of that, okay. Another Gray Merchant, I could use one of those. Okay, hasty creature will be fine. And again, just to have the shock and awe of it is like, I don't care about your Planeswalker. They definitely need a board wipe. Don't give them any ideas. There's another Kefnet. Okay, well, Kefnet's still dead on my... This is game over for them because they're going to mill me. It's going to come back to me. They see in my hand that I've got another Erebos' Intervention. I'll even shake it right here for them to see it. They will have no blockers. And so, okay, they did their shenanigans. To make it even more impressive, let's do it for 6. So while you're over there doing shenanigans and milling and all of that, I'm over here actually doing things that advance the board state. And there we go. Impossible things. The impossible thing was for you to win. Alright. So let's see what actually game mode did I pick here. Because it remembers the last thing that you played. That didn't even advance me, to be honest, that didn't even advance me in the rank, so that was kind of a waste of time. I don't want to play things that don't advance in rank. Okay, I won, but yeah, this didn't even give me any rank. So, traditional standard play. Why do they even have these freaking modes that don't matter? But anyway, GG the opponent, I guess. There it is, standard ranked. That's what I should have played, but I've already been here 4 hours and 1 minute, so I think it's a good place to wrap things up at. A 4-hour stream is pretty good, ending at midnight Pacific time. I think is a good time. Let's wrap it up at that point. So let's start to wind down. Now, I'm planning, and it hasn't been recorded yet, but I have got the plan for it. So I'm planning on releasing a video on Monday. If you haven't realized it, Mondays are my Magic Monday videos. Wednesdays are comic book video, Mondays are Magic video, Fridays are the podcast videos, and then other things throughout the week, I guess. But I have a plan on doing a video, so you can all hear the exclusive right now, for the new set Zendikar Rising, which is coming out in what day? That's coming out on Arena. It comes out on the 17th, which is a Thursday, and then in paper it comes out on the 25th. That is a Friday. So there's a new Zendikar set coming soon, and all the cards have been spoiled now. So I'm putting out a video, the top 5 legendary creatures for Commander/Brawl. So you might notice I do a lot of videos on Planeswalker decks, on Brawl decks, not as much on Commander. I think there's a lot of way better people that can do Commander, that can look at 20,000 cards and pick the best cards. I like Brawl in that it is an interesting way to build decks and that it's limited card pool. So there's I've picked the top 5 cards on that. Omnath, the new Omnath, is part of that. I'm still trying to figure out a build for it, and then you'll see the other ones in the deck in the video. That's on track for Monday. I do have a ton of work to do tomorrow, or today now that it's Sunday. I do have a lot of work to do on Sunday for Monday, because I teach classes and so forth, and I gotta prepare it for the following week. So I'm gonna see where can I fit that in there. But that should be coming on Monday. Brand new video on the top 5 new commanders for Brawl and Commander coming to the YouTube. So thanks everyone for coming to hang out. It's going to be exactly 4 minutes and 4 seconds. So 4 minutes, 4 hours, 4 minutes, 4 seconds that I've been streaming right about now. So that's been 4 hours, 4 minutes, and 4 seconds that I've been streaming. And thanks everyone for coming to hang out. Thanks to those of you that are still here, Stevie and Mark, I believe. Who else is around? Did Palawa? Did Echidna drop by maybe? Keeb, I know, was here for a little while. Shout out also to Ashley, and for the new people that that subscribed, we had Elia Kimsneck, and who else did I see? I saw something else pop up somewhere, a new... Who did I see? I saw someone's name pop up for a moment. Oh, here we go. Shy Shy. They also joined. So thanks everyone for hanging out. Here's the final card of the night. Let's go in the... where I've got the black card somewhere around here. Let's pick the final card. Make it a good one. This is the Krovikan Fetish. 3 mana enchantment to creature. It's an aura. Draw a card at the beginning of the upkeep of the turn after this enters, so get a free card. Target creature gets +1. So you give a creature +1 and you draw a card for 3 mana. Plus you have this very gross artwork. Eyeballs and ears in the water. Reflection, and that is drawn by Heather Hudson. Heather Hudson, I believe that name sounds pretty familiar. I believe she drew a lot of cool things. Some Krovikans find strength in the ears and eyes of their victims and wear such fetishes into battle. So it's not the fetish that some people think. It's the fetish of like getting power. So just out of curiosity, let's look at Heather Hudson's art. She did 193 cards. Let's look at them by release date. Unique art. And we'll look at the oldest cards first. So Heather Hudson. Oh, okay. Zephyr Falcon. I remember that card. Chains of Mephistopheles. That's the one that Will on the podcast said as a judge, this is like one of the hardest cards to explain as a judge. Ecation Skirmishers, I remember that one. Initiates of the Ebon Hand, I loved that card. Ooh, that Night Soil, I love that art as well. Yeah, there's a lot of Aeola Pile. There's a lot of these arts now that I'm remembering of hers. Rhyme Dryad, Myriki de Barrett. Ryozian, check out this badger right here. This badger's having a fun time drumming on the skull of a dead corpse. Thanks for another great stream. See you next week. You just had an earthquake. Uh-oh. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. Sorry to hear that. Maybe just a little shaking in the house, hopefully. But hope everyone's safe. Take care of what you need to do. Thanks for visiting. And I'll be back again next time. Keep us appraised. If everything and everyone is okay, let us know. What other cards did Heather Hudson do? Speaking of Disa the Restless, this is the card right here. Disa is dead, and I am left. I shall allow no others to succumb to this pestilence. Kilborn, High Honor Druid. So Disa's father. So Disa was writing all of these journal entries in Ice Age, and then on the following set, Alliances, we have here that she died on the journey through the Ice Age. Anyway, these are all of these Heather Hudson artworks. She definitely got more realistic later on. What is the last art? Suntail Hawk in Magic 2014. That was a while ago, and even before that in 2008, Fable of Wolf and Owl. Yeah, this is an old school artist that hasn't done art in a long time, unfortunately. Pongify. Oh, she did Pongify. So it was only a little one. That's good to hear. Maybe just knocked over a little something and such, and startled. But yeah, okay everyone, thanks so much for hanging out. We'll do it again next time. Same bat time, same chub toad time, same chub toad channel. Hey, and I'm even wearing green. This has been VM Campos. Thanks for everyone for hanging out. Don't forget to check out the YouTube stuff coming out. Just made it to 1,000 subscribers. There's a special video on that coming soon once all the pieces get put together. Not that soon. We're still figuring out the pieces. But this Monday should be a new video. The top 5 legendaries from Zendikar Rising that you need to make a deck out of. Oh, and then the very last thing, I mentioned it on the Discord, but also I'm going to be part of the... I guess I can show it over here. I'm also going to be part of the Zendikar Rising Sneak Peek Early Access Streamer event. Thank you to Wizards of the Coast for picking me and other streamers to play Magic early. We're going to be playing, me and the others that got selected are going to be playing it on Wednesday. Is it Tuesday or Wednesday? I gotta look at my thing here, but I believe it's Wednesday. Wednesday the 16th. We have about 24 hours to play it and stream it, so there'll be a bonus stream before next Sunday's stream. Adjust your time zones, but actually let me look at it right now before I give the wrong info. I have just one moment. Where did I download it? Okay, here it is. I have this official... it like this. Here it is. So the early access streamer event, it's September 16th 8 a.m. to September 17th 6 a.m. so almost 24 hours. And if we look at the calendar, the 16th is a Wednesday, so I don't think I'm going to be streaming at 8 in the morning. I have an appointment in the morning, and then I have a class to teach at 6 o'clock. That goes from 6 to 9. So I am going to be playing it throughout the day, I guess. And then I guess after the class, that goes until 9, maybe 9:30. So I guess I'll be playing at 10 p.m. as well, that Wednesday. And then the event ends the next Thursday at 6 a.m. And then all of these new cards that I will be playing with, along with other people, will be available on Arena. So if you want to get that sneak peek that's coming on Wednesday, I haven't fully set my time schedule yet. I'll be noting it on the Discord and on my Twitter. And I'll be streaming on that day, and they also gave me a cool overlay. Let's see if I can put it here. It's not too visible, but there's like cool little border and stuff, and my picture will go, the webcam will go on the left over here, and all of that. So hashtag MtG Zendikar. Thanks, Wizards of the Coast, for making me a part of that. What's that rock she's holding? It has not been revealed yet, I think. They started to release Magic lore again on the website. They stopped for a while, like, right? They were doing lore on the website for years. Then they turned it into a book for sale. And then they made these other books that were terrible, that people hated. And then they didn't put any new lore to retool things for Theros and Ikoria, but now they're bringing the lore back. So the story, I read the first one from last week, and a new one came out. No, the first one from 2 weeks ago, and one came out this past week. And it's Nissa and Nahiri playing Indiana Jones in one of these temples or whatever. I haven't read part 2 yet, so I still don't know what that is. But it was very important, because if you didn't watch the trailer, she actually killed one of her friends. I guess it was her friend. She actually pushed, okay, I guess didn't kill her, just pushed her over the edge, so we never saw the body. But Nahira pushed over the edge. She did a fatal push to one of her compatriots in her party adventure team, and she looked kind of evil doing it. So who knows if that's like some corrupting thing or whatever. She looks a little evil there too. Yeah, who knows what Nahiri is up to right there. So yeah, let's wrap it at that point. Once again, everyone, thanks for coming to hang out. Really means a lot. We won some games, we lost some games, we saw some vintage cards, got some new subscribers and so forth. This has been VM Campos, and I'll see you in the arena.